GTA Biker Sales DLC. Let's fucking go. What a great DLC that's going to be on GTA 6. Why is my guy still doing this weird foot movement? I need to change this. I've had this for way too long and I want to get rid of it. Walkstar. I mean, to be fair, actually, I can't like that. Tough guy. Nah. That's Sir Man's Walkstar right there. Posh. That's more like me, I guess. Gangster. It's fucking... Femme. I swear I used to rock that shit, bro. Normal. I mean, to be fair, I do kind of walk like that, actually thinking about it. On the way home at night, when I go off the bus, that's how I walk. That is actually how I walk, so... that's kind of funny, actually, thinking about it. That's actually how I walk, what the fuck? The only time I actually listen to music. No, that's fucking hilarious. Nah, we're gonna keep it, actually, thinking about it. That kind of is me. Did AF just get timed out? That's fucking hilarious. Call his dad an asshole. Bro called his dad an asshole and got timed out. Why the fuck does the bot time out asshole, but it doesn't time out some of the other fucking crazy shit that AF has posted? What the fuck is that? Hey, Dean, what are you saying, bro? Now, to be fair to AF, it is infuriating when your internet doesn't play ball, but the problem is there's so many potential things it could be. So unless if you deal with the ISP, you're not gonna ever find out. Sounds good, bro. I can help if you want, bro. Not like I've got anything better to do at the moment. Not that there's anything better to do in this game than do missions over and over again. Before though, I need to buy some supplies from Mutt.
Hello, hello. Okay, gonna cost a little. I know someone who has what we need.
Why is he talking so... what I don't like is I don't like how they talk so much, you know what I mean? Like just buy the supplies. I don't need you to tell me about how hard it's going to be or it's going to take a bit of time or cost a bit or whatever. Just do it. Jeez. Yeah, I'm fine with helping, Dean. I'm more than happy to help. Ev's apparently going to move out soon. What the fuck? Ev's going to move out of that palace with the tiled walls. I've never seen tiled walls anywhere, like outside of a bathroom. Outside of like a palace. Dean was shot dead by bank security. No more red sauce, jails, red sofa, cat lagging on it. Lagging on it. Nah, yeah, that's true to be fair. Nah, bro, I can't lie. I was just playing around with The Sims not that long ago, just as a bit of fun, just to see if I can, you know, what I can do. And I made like a house for AF, and it had the fucking red sofa with like a jail cell behind it. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, one day I will actually get around to that. It's just because it's a fucking pain in the ass to stream Sims 3 because of how busted it is. One day I'm gonna actually get around to it. But I'll make like a better one next time, but it was just kind of like a little house to see how it would look. I sometimes do that with my own like room in my own house. I like build like a little Sims house and kind of, you know, test out different things in it just to see how it looks. And I made it, yeah, I made it basically to see what AF's house would look like. Because I've been trying to figure out how AF's house looks. I've been looking up like Saudi Arabian housing plans and stuff to see kind of like what kind of design it would have. And yeah, so I had like a little red sofa with a jail cell behind it. And I thought it was pretty cool. But I just need to, like, one day I will get around to it. One day it will happen. I have thought about that, to be fair. Like, I've thought about making the entire server, like everyone in the server, and just like making like a house. Well, not like a house, but like multiple houses maybe, because you know in Sims 3 you can have everyone live their own lives. I was thinking of doing that and like leaving people to kind of live their own lives and interact with them here and there, and then let's see how they like, see if their stories develop, like see if like, you know, maybe like Yassine and you and JB, and see if like who, you know, if anyone gets like into relationships or whatever, or like has kids or dies for no reason. And yeah, I thought about doing that. It'd be pretty fun, I think. And then yeah, like, you know, just have like AF there. You know, I did make like a very like basic version of AF and Moody, but I was thinking like if I was gonna do it again, I'd probably have like his Muzo, his Daduzo, and his Ayuzo as well. But we'll have to see. You're JB, what are you saying, bro? I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing other than being ill? JB, would you like to be in The Sims, yeah? Would you like me to make you and your Ayuzo in Sims, yeah? There are mods on Sims that you can have which let you have incestuous relationships. So it could be doable, you know? It could be doable. But I'd have to have all the genetic mods. Like one of my goals, if I did do a Sims 3 playthrough on stream, would be to make like a real fucked up genetic being, and then like trying to infiltrate the entire world and take it over by like spreading its fucked up genes to everyone, and see how many, you know, children are spawned from that. That's like my goal. I also want to make like a child work camp as well, but that might be a bit too far. I don't know if that's acceptable. I don't know if that's going too far, you know, making a child work camp. You know, force them to make little pictures that you can sell for like $5. That might be a bit too far. We'll see. Why not? But yeah, I was thinking of doing that at some point, but it's just, yeah, Sims 3 is an absolute fucking bitch to play and stream. It's so glitchy, so I would need to like have all the mods. I'd need to get all the mods installed that I would use to kind of ensure that it doesn't crash or glitch out. And then I would have to find like the, you know, fucked up genetic mods, you know, the incestuous relationship mod for JB and his Ayuzo. Yeah, but it could be fun. But fair warning though, I wouldn't necessarily make the characters look great for anyone. Like, the characters are gonna look fucked up. I'm gonna be real. Everyone's character's gonna look fucked. So I think it's more fun when you make the characters look fucked up and see like the kind of genetics that can happen. So apologies on that one. But it's way more fun to see how the genetics turn out. Like how, remember I made myself and Rebecca, and then that little fucking dog and that cat. The devil, was it devil dog? And then they had like a cat as well that was really fucked up. And then there was like that baby that looked really weird. That fucked up baby, bro. Yeah, it does make more sense to do it that way, to be fair. It is more fun that way than doing it like, you know, making them look good. So, yeah, I'll think about it. I'll think about it. But I also want to make, like, some of the old people from the stream. I'd love to make, you know, like, a Sims character for, I don't know, like, Certain Man and, you know, people like that.
One of the last on our list. Head to this test site.
Could be a lot of fun. So I'll think about it. It's something that I will have to... A lot of it will be a lot of prep off stream as well. Because obviously there's only so much you can do on stream when it comes to stuff like that. It can take a very long time to make everything. So I'll have to do like prep off stream.
All right. Okay. So
There's just never enough time in the day. That's the problem.
one of Everhard's munition test sites. We have some shopping to do, my friend. And today we're in the market for one of their heavy lift choppers. Trust me, once we got this thing, we can steal the Titan ammo. Your friend Oscar is always 2 steps ahead, huh?
Oh, this mission... You know what? It's a good thing that you have me on this mission, because this mission is so long if you want to get all the helicopters, but you only have one person. It's an absolute pain. Because you got to go get every helicopter one by one, so... Having me here actually will speed this up greatly. Because we only need to go back once. If we, you know, both of us will go back once and... Easy peasy.
You use jammers much? Man, they're easy, but you know the thing is, you gotta remember to unjam before you jack. I'm serious. Once I got locked in a stolen single prop.
Bro, I can't wait. You know what, yeah? I was thinking, yeah, GTA 6. Summertime in GTA, like, summertime in real life when you're playing GTA 6 is going to be so good. Because, get this, yeah? GTA 6, Florida, yeah? Hot and humid. Summertime, hot and humid in the UK. So, could you imagine, it'll feel like you're driving through the fucking swamps and shit in real life, you know? You'll be sitting there driving along, and you'll be in all that hot air in your face. Put like a fan on. Put like a fan on in the, and you know, pointed towards your face. You'll feel like you're actually in the game. It's gonna be crazy, I'm telling you. Oof. Naughty, naughty, naughty. When you were in 6th grade, you had a crush on a dude that ended with being a criminal. True story, he got arrested for selling drugs. You know how to pick them, Caitlin. You know? You really know how to pick them. I hope that your other crushes haven't been criminals. Hey, AF, what you saying, bro? Not wrong, to be fair. I can't lie, this guy is a bit of heist setup person than fucking Pavel. I'm not gonna lie, Pavel's fucking shite compared to this guy. We should have gone to him. You're gonna crash out like as usual, huh? Oh, F to you. You love to yap, do you? Who doesn't? Honestly, Railgun, one of the best things they have added to this online. I still can't believe I shot 2 of these guys down with snipers last time I played. You can't even go in the crew. That's really bad that you can't even go into like a crew session, bro. That's really, really bad. Did he just... he just dropped a car and the guy jumped out.
Activate the jammers. Yes. Now we just need them to land. When the cockpits are clear, deactivate the jammers and take control. Nico! McDonough! I can't believe it! You're here! Welcome to America!
Bravo, Barazzaru! What?
Hey Dex, thank you for the follow. Oh yeah, I need to pick up the insurgent.
One chopper is good, sure. That's all we need when we hit the Titan. Well, you know, more choppers means more opportunity to steal supplies. And the more we steal,
I love how good this thing is.
you know, but I'll let you decide. Man, you know, working with you is all muy tranquilo.
I absolutely love this.
I bet your heart rate never got above 35 that whole time, huh?
Nico cousin, welcome to America. It's a good scene though, isn't it? You have to admit, it's a really good scene. One of my favorites.
Looks like they're pulling back. You must have really spooked them up.
Alright, got ourselves the insurgent, and we can go back and get the 2 other helicopters. I do like that these have options where you don't need to get everything. It gives you the choice. I do like that, and I hope that more missions in GTA 6 have things like that. And I hope more missions in GTA 5 have that too.
Or we can wait for the others to collect everything else. Up to you.
Who the fuck is that in the helicopter? Wait, who the fuck is that in the helicopter? What the fuck? An AI's in the helicopter. Dean, are you able to like use the jammers again, bro? Because like, what are the AI's in the fucking helicopter, bro? I don't want to shoot him out because if we shoot him out, he's gonna blow up. We're gonna have to. Oh well, F to that. That's fucked. That's fucked that they did that. It had like... That's so fucked up that they did that, bro. What the hell? I didn't know they could get back in the helicopter and fly off. I never seen that when I did it the first time. Like I went and got all helicopters on my own and never had that issue. What the fuck was that? Congratulations, Mr. JB, on becoming a snitch. Level 14, bro. That must mean JB's like, what, 1,400 hours or something now? 1,500 hours, maybe? Yeah, 1,500. Sure, it'd be 1,500. You like the homing launcher and the railgun because you like blowing up shit with the explosives. Fair enough, yeah. AF, how does it feel knowing that JB has, like, double the amount of hours you have? JB's, like, the 4th most highest viewers, I think? Does he have a bitch? He might. Wait, why are both me and Dean in the back? Bro, what the fuck? Why? What the fuck? The game is fucked. What the hell, bro? What the fuck is going? What is he doing, bro? What are you doing? What the fuck?
Run away.
He's single forever. Damn. AF getting called out for being single forever. Bro, I don't even know what to say about this. What the fuck are we supposed to do? It's like not letting us in the fucking... What the fuck are we supposed to do? Oh, you're calling out JB. Oh, you should be calling out AF. For liaring. Is that gonna work? There we go. It was just... I think it was just because it was blocked. I think, yeah. I think it was just blocked. There we go. We just had to think outside the box a bit. To be fair, AF and JB aren't that different, you know? They'll never admit it, but they're basically the same people. I still can't believe that cop came over with the helicopter. Well, not cop, the guy or whatever it was. It's just a shame that if you shoot down the if you shoot the pilot, it always blows up no matter how low it is. Whereas in GTA 4, if you shot out a helicopter close enough to the ground, you know, it would land. I think the only way we could have done that without killing him is if we had got the other helicopter and then waited for him to come into the area, because I think as long as he was in the area, it would have counted. And we could have maybe got it that way, but yeah, it was weird as fuck. Try to join your session. Oh, this Don, bro. He's gonna make us join the session. Because you can't join anyone else's. Chat my head. Yeah, Gen Alpha is like 2010 and later, I believe. I think that the oldest Gen Alphas are about 14, 15 now. AF's always trying to get us to... Yeah, I know. AF, bro, you need to get your internet sorted, bro. Bro, I swear you're like 18 or something now. Like, can't you get your own internet, yeah? And then you're the one on the bill, and then you can call up and say, hey, look, my internet's fucked. Your Gen Z AF is Gen Beta. It does sound that way. You turn 18 in August. I thought you said you turned 18 in like the Arabic calendar, or do they not do that? Do they go by the Gregorian calendar for like age restrictions? The funny thing is, these missions aren't even in like individual. They're not even in the free roam. So even if we went into the free roam, it wouldn't really help much because we would have to go back into a mission anyway. You're 17 next month, are you, Caitlin? The big 17. And you're then quite close to getting to finishing school and all that and getting into adulthood. Dean. Oh yeah, you'll be legal age to play GTA 6. That's nice. Oh yeah, well then I guess you'll just have to wait till August. At least GTA 6 won't come up before then, so you can hopefully get it sorted before GTA 6 comes out. I would hate... Oh no, could you imagine if you couldn't play GTA 6? Imagine how much you'd hate that, bro, if you couldn't play GTA 6. Imagine bro loads up GTA Online on GTA 6 and he can't even load into the fucking game. He's just stuck there. I mean, to be fair, GTA 6 might be dedicated servers. I mean, we don't know yet. We don't know yet if GTA 6 is going to be dedicated or P2P yet, or mix. It might be dedicated. I was thinking like they could go for dedicated servers with like you know, to kind of like what I was thinking is, you know how they have 5M, right? And they're making Project Rome or whatever it's called, and it's like a Rockstar version of 5M that's built in. I was thinking like maybe that's what they'll do is 5M. They'll have like dedicated servers where, you know, you can do different things, and then like, you know, I mean they could do a mix of that because they obviously absorbed a lot of the 5M team. And they know, you know, they've been hopefully able to design much larger lobbies with dedicated servers. Because I'm assuming they went P2P for both for both price reasons, but also just, you know, scaling. Because dedicated servers, big dedicated servers, lots of people on them can be quite, you know, server intensive, and they can also be, you know, which is both an issue for money, for cost, and also for performance. But 5M seems to work pretty well. Like you can have servers with hundreds of people. You know, and they're quite cheap to run. So I'm assuming that that's one of the reasons they wanted to absorb 5M was to kind of, you know, get the expertise in designing large dedicated servers for free roam. So I'm wondering if that's what they'll do. But yeah, we'll see. It might be my worst nightmare, crossplay of... It better not be crossplay with PC. I don't want to play with PC people. PC people can stay in their own lane. I love how AF expects us to wait, by the way. Like, AF is like, oh, just wait for me, even though we're on a schedule here, bro.
Today,
Crazy.
That's what you pay me for, huh?
Also, congratulations, Dean, on becoming a
Everything they've got at us. You've got a lot.
on getting to rank 44. That's crazy.
Advantage we have.
Wait there.
The Titan against them.
What does that mean Dean's hours are now?
We need supplies, we need munitions. So it's on the cargo ship I'm sending you to. You just have to swoop in with the choppers, grab the ammo, grab the deck, and run. You know?
2,500. Holy shit. 2,500 is insane. Wait, so that means that you are... oh wow, your scene is exactly 2,750 hours. So you are 250 hours away from the
I'll
highest,
stay on comms.
like, hours in this stream. I guess other than Rebecca and mine, but I don't count mine. And Rebecca's also, like, my girlfriend, so it's kind of, you know, it's kind of biased there. You know, she's gonna watch a lot more because she's my girlfriend, so... But that would be, you're within 250 hours of the highest hours. That's insane. Oh yeah, Caitlin, you're doing pretty well. 422 is a lot as well. I think you and AF are pretty close when it comes to hours. I think you and AF are literally next to each other in the rankings. Oh yeah, Rebecca's got 5,000 something hours, so yeah, no one's gonna be able to beat Rebecca anytime soon. Yeah. Apparently, there's an award for getting these into like on the trailer. So when you try to drop it, try to drop it on the trailer, Dean, because sometimes it drops off the trailer and it still counts, but it just doesn't give you the award. But see if you can drop this on the trailer when you pick it up. It's hard though, so if it doesn't like land on it, it's not a big deal. But it is hard. Fuck's sake, that isn't the one I wanted. What the fuck? I love missions like this. It's so different from the shit they usually do. Yeah, you're close, AF. You know, you and Caitlin are both within 200 hours. Like, Caitlin could catch up to you if, you know, if you start watching for a little bit and she was watching a lot. Like, she could catch up very quickly. Oh yeah, Rebecca's got a lot of gas. Moderators get more gas per hour than non-moderators. Moderators get the most gas, and then I think VIPs get a little bit more gas, and then normal users get the least amount of gas per hour. So Rebecca has a lot of gas, just from watching. This is going to be hard, though, because look at this shit. You got to land it, like, right on the fucking trailer. This is so hard. I wonder if you can pick it back up if you don't. No, you fucker. I mean, technically it's on. Technically. Oh, well, you can pick it back up. You can pick it back up. Fine. I'm gonna try to get this on the trailer. It doesn't really matter when backup comes because they don't really do anything to you. Fuck, this is so hard, man, because of how shaky this shit is. Fuck me. Alright, Dean, you do it. I'll go and get the other thing. You can put it on. She can catch up because you're a busy man unlike this kid. What do you mean you're a busy man, bro? You literally sit in fucking Discord VC with your girlfriend watching Hello Kitty and shit, bro. What do you mean by busy? When the backup comes, all you gotta do to avoid it is just not fly high. And just dodge like the rockets. That's pretty much it. It's pretty easy. Oh, they actually have fucked up, man. They respawned the thing. How do I know you watch Hello Kitty? Lucky guess. Or perhaps an unlucky guess. It's gonna be so hard to get this shit on the trailer, bro. Oh my god. You'd have to put the big one sideways, I think, to like fit it on the trailer. You know what I mean? Like, you'd have to put it sideways. You'd have to put the big one sideways. Bro, what? Shit's so annoying. It's so difficult. Did you get the tail stuck? Oh no. Bro, this is so fucking messed up. Alright. Land it on the floor to get it to stop moving. And then pull it forward. Pull it slowly. Lift, 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 lift. No, 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 no. You don't, you fucker. Bro, it was on. Oh my god, it's actually on. What the fuck? Alright, calm. All we gotta do is land the last one in that gap and we're calm. You're starting to get addicted to Hello Kitty. I'm not angry AF, I'm just disappointed, bro. It's a sticky one, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, this one's fucked up. Wait, is that it there? The one that's like in the middle? Wait, which one is it? Is it, what the fuck? Wait, which one is it? Oh, I got the right one, alright. I got the right one apparently. Fine. Oh, altitude, altitude, altitude. What's wrong with getting addicted to Hello Kitty? Nothing, bro. It's just, you know, as a certain man would say, it's degeneracy, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna switch helicopter just because of how hard this is gonna be to land it. And, like, land it in the gap with this helicopter crashing. So I'm just going to switch helicopter quickly. Oh, they have a bomb that you can drop on them, I think. I never knew that. I never noticed that thing. They explosives. You can drop explosives on them. You got stuck in there. I was wondering how it was down there. That's nuts. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna try to land this in the gap and then we can maybe get the award for it. That'd be cool. I should have a top 20. The problem is top 20 wouldn't fit in the Twitch, in the space in Twitch. There is a top 20, but it only works on the Discord. But yeah, the top 20 wouldn't fit on the Twitch chat. I tried it back in the day. It didn't work. And the problem is if you do it over 2 messages, then it gets really spammy. If loads of people do it, so.
Wow. For real. I mean, we are getting it out. Now all we
Nice. I think they're actually on there. Yeah, they're all on the trailer. I mean, they're fucked up on the trailer, but they're on the trailer. What are we doing? We're landing products on the trailer. Landing supplies and shit on the trailer. Oh, that's good. That's a W right there. No, but AF, imagine if I told certain man that you like doing like Little Kitty, yeah? You like watching Little Kitty with your girlfriend. Imagine what certain man would say, bro. He'd be like, oh, this Don's a degenerate. Imagine, how would you feel, bro? Do we need you? I mean, you can. I mean, if you ask Dean if you can play, it's Dean's game. If you want to ask him. Bro's getting slapped on. God damn. Imagine being certain man, bro. I love how AF loves, you know, that is what it's true what they say though. Like, men will do fucking anything for their girlfriend. It's fucking hilarious, bro. I can't lie though. Even there's limits. Like Rebecca's tried to get me to watch certain things for now. I'm like, no, I'm alright. There's certain things I'll never watch. She's tried, but I'll never watch. But AF's on the other hand, he's whipped these days, you know. Crazy. Yeah, it's too funny, bro. Nothing wrong with Hello Kitty. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Hello Kitty, but I don't know why you'd find Hello Kitty a fun thing to watch, bro. You know what I mean? Like, that's like, I mean, AF, imagine if your girlfriend said, yeah, AF, you know what? I want to tell you something, yeah? I actually like Coco Melon. I love Coco Melon. And she said, AF, would you watch Coco Melon with me? Would you watch Coco Melon with her? I'll never forget that time when I put that Coco Melon music on the Discord back in the day when we were listening to music, and I put that on the theme tune or whatever, and he fucking lost his mind. He was so pissed. He was so fucking pissed. He's like, he was really upset. Oh, Coco Melon, I don't like Coco Melon. Fucking Coco Melon. I'll never forget that day, bro. That was the funniest thing. Too funny. Bro, what is this black screen, by the way? Why is it taking so long? Are we loading into AF's game by chance? Like, that might be why it's taking so long. We're trying to load into his game. The game's like, no. Absolutely fucking not. We got that 2000 fucking MS download latency that AF has. I can't believe that latency, bro. That is a madness right there. 2000 MS download. Oh no, sorry, upload latency, and the download was like 900. That was nuts. Did I get the award? I better. Yeah, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I have no idea if it gives you a bonus money or anything, but I just wanted it. She hates Coco Melon. That's crazy, bro. You sure? You're gonna pretend to be AF's girlfriend and say that I like Coco Melon and something about Imagine. Nah, that's so funny, bro. Nah, that's too funny. I love the shit AF gets. Like, oh, I'll pretend to be his girlfriend so that he can stop pretending he has another one. That's great. How is AS level -1 in the crew? And mine is as well. Basically, the crew levels are really broken. The crew levels are supposed to cap out at 999, but Rockstar fucked it up. So sometimes what happens is it goes past 999, and then it will goes into negatives. She'll like sport a movie. Who likes sport a movie, bro?
Man, this is it. This is it. Woo! I've never felt so alive. Looks like we've got what we need and a whole load more. So let's move out. Oh, but you know, if you want, you can always open with me. Man the gun while I navigate.
That's so mean.
Ready to go.
Look at that little rabbit behind me. I like how they had a mission where you can do it solo by having the AI fly you. And then that way, if you're not playing solo, you can have extra people in the other vehicles. No, Rockstar really cooked with this one. This mission's my favorite, I think. It's so good.
Take control and turn it against these assholes. Simple, right?
The only issue with Guzman is he doesn't do the front guns, which I will. God, he's fast though. Holy shit, bro.
This thing seriously get it out.
Girlfriend? What, your girlfriend, JB? Who's your girlfriend?
All right.
You ride a horse to Mexico and get ran over by a car, then hear you talk about your girlfriend.
This was pretty cool.
Kaylin hates the idea of having to listen to AF go on about his imaginary girlfriend so much that she's like, I'll take one for the team. I'll be his fake girlfriend. Just so he stops talking about this other one. That's fucking dedication right there. I love that.
Okay, we're closing in. Got that weapon jammer tech you found all warmed
That's proper
up
dedication.
to protect us against the Titan. Eyes up, tight, it's tight. Take it down.
I'm just worried the AI will fly into the back of me, so I'm trying to stay ahead of it. Oh, because you both like Cocomelon and she won't be with either of you. Ah, fair. Big brain. Big brain indeed. I like how much he's twitching, like he's scared of us right now, bro.
Look at that.
We are ripping this guy apart.
Ah, still got it, baby.
No, this Don's cooked. He's actually cooked. We killed him so soon, he had to teleport us back to the other side of the map. No, we actually cooked him so quick. We didn't even have to deal with the fucking missiles. Uh-oh, the missiles are here though. Uh-oh. Ah, shit. D, watch out. There's missiles on you, bro.
There's no way.
No, there's only one though, so I think... We didn't even... Oh no, there's another, there's another.
Ah, shit, radio's blowing up. These guys are gonna throw everything they got at you. Now's your chance.
Yo, that thing is fucking terrifying. It is fucking nuts. Did bro just jump? Bro just jumped out at like no height at all. You know what? He pulled the parachute in time though. I respect that. That was fucking hilarious.
Okay, we grounded a Titan, but now you gotta take control and get it back in the air. You know, some quick engine repair while Big Shot.
I want to let Dean do the interactive parts because Dean hasn't done them yet, so I want to let Dean do it. I'll help cover. Oh, I'm gonna get some heavy armor on actually.
Drop in the vehicle.
We don't have snipers. That's annoying. Next Wednesday, I got a basketball game. Oh, really? You got another one, yeah? I thought you were changing schools, bro. You're a big man. Alright, don't get too carried away. Oh, Dean's floating. What if he actually had one? What, a girlfriend? Would we believe it? No. It's like when we talk about AS age. Like, he can say he's any age, but he's still always going to be, like, 12 years old. It's as simple as that. Same thing with his girlfriend. Doesn't matter if he has one or not. It's always going to be no. He doesn't. Alright, I'll back you up here, Dean.
Get the munitions loaded onto the plane. And watch your back.
I was saying, like, last time when I played this the first time, I was saying, like, we need more stuff like this. Because it's actually really fun having more to do in a mission than just shooting shit and then like picking stuff up. Like the actual interactivity, I know it's just simple stuff, but it's really fun. It just kind of puts you in the game more. Actually, Dean, you can fly if you want. Wait there. I love the fucking... Look how much of a rush the animation is. I love it. He's like really moving mad. There we go. I've never actually been in the back of this, so this is interesting.
Looks like a tight takeoff, but you know all the safety drills, right? Good luck. Keep it chill, my friend. You got a convoy moving a lot of gear.
Oh, what the hell? Oh, I don't like that. I prefer the other view. Oh, well, I should have stayed in the other view. It was better. They have jump out. You're not changing the school. You're going somewhere like a school, like a college with dorms to get a job. Wait, you're going to a school like a college, but you're not changing school. But then if you're going somewhere with dorms, then surely you're changing school. You didn't jump out, did you not? That's funny. Bro, the only issue with this is it's so fucking like limited how much you can actually see. Yeah, that's why the Avenger's better, because this shit, you can only see like a tiny fraction of where you actually need to aim. That's the thing, like, why would anyone use this over the Avenger? That's my only question. It has, like, no ability to, like, look upwards. $105mm, that ain't no way that's 105, bro. That shit's tiny.
Yes! Oh, they're submarine surfing. Hijo de puta, must have lost comms when the Titan went down. Now's our chance.
It wouldn't be so bad if you had like a longer like turret, but like you could shoot further, but it doesn't really shoot that far. Like if you could be really high up and use it, I think it'd be pretty good, but it's just at this point you might as well just get the Avenger. AF's on his own over there. Also, that shadow is fucked.
Man, those offshore missiles, they really pissed off. Use the Titan's guns to take out that sub. There goes another investor, huh?
I suppose in one benefit is you can use it on your own, but it's like, even then, it's not very good. It's a cool vehicle though, so I think it's worth buying. It's just not usable. Like, to be fair, most vehicles aren't really usable in this game because like, this is way weaker than just using a jet with an automatic lock. Like, use any jet, you've got automatic lock. Any helicopter that has automatic lock, you're basically just gonna, you know, it'll always be better. So I'm hoping with GTA 6 they don't have automatic lock on everything. It's the most restrictive camera I've ever seen. Well, that was at least a good shot. Some damage. Bro, why is there such a few amount of weapon like ammo? Give me more ammo, damn it! 5 shots is not enough. Also, the Avenger also has bombs, so you know that also helps make the Avenger's case. LF. Just fucking see that. I like it kicks me out of like the camera view to see the explosion. Yeah, you have to position it so that the weapons are like in the view. You know, like when you're flying it gives you like the camera view. You got to like position it so that you kind of just have to anticipate where it's going to be. And you always have to make sure that the left-hand side is like you're always facing the left-hand side, because the weapons don't go any other direction but like a very small section on the left. So you have to make sure that you're always like on the right-hand side of something facing left so that it can, you know, you can shoot it. If you're like on top of it or any other direction, it's pretty much useless in that sense. Compared to, say, the Avenger, which has really flexible guns. Bro, it takes so long with AF. It's fucking downloading. It's trying to fucking download all this shit.
Okay, looks like Everhart's last shipment is being
All right, let's do it.
transported by train. Find it and destroy their equipment. Fuck, man. We're gonna cost them so much money, man.
To be fair, like most of these vehicles, it's more fun to actually be in the gunner seat than flying it. But I like flying, so it works out for me. What the fuck is this? Where the fuck's the train at? Why is he so far up? Wait, has he only got one carriage? Wow, they don't respawn the carriages. They just respawn... Oh, no, they do. It's just it wasn't spawning. Alright, fine. There we go.
Man, seriously, that was amazing. Amazing.
And then we have to land it. Oh.
I want to see this thing up close.
I wish it made you land a 747 at Grapeseed. That would be fucking hilarious. Could you imagine trying to land a 747 there? You would never have... You'd be blowing that shit up so easy. Land it well.
I think so, you know.
Nah, it's a shame I'm not a good pilot, JB. It's a shame. It's a shame it's gonna end up in the drink. Well, you're not close enough to it. It was just the angle. So the way that you can hold square to kind of get an idea where the camera is for the gunner. So what I do is I hold square, like, to kind of get an idea. So, like, if I want to target that, like, that, what's it called? Telephone, 5G network thing, look, that little antenna. Like, that's what I would do. I would hold square so the camera, so that everyone in the gunner seat can see it. And I would just kind of, adjust how I'm flying to match it. That helps a lot. You can also hold, obviously, right on the D-pad to go into the actual gunner seat. Although I don't think it's going to let me now, but... And you can use that as well if you're playing solo. But yeah, if you're playing with other people and you want to get an idea, use the camera view. It really helps to kind of get an idea of where their vision is. Because those guns are only on the left-hand side, so they don't really turn that much. It just takes a bit of time to get used to it, how it works, but once you get used to it, it's not that bad. Still not as good as the Avenger, though. The Avenger guns are 10 times better, I'm not gonna lie.
Come on, bring her in.
But this is doable solo. Like, you can use this solo, which I suppose is a advantage. Oh, yeah, it doesn't let you land, does it? It just teleports you, doesn't it? I guess they don't trust people not to crash it.
Shit, man! That was intense!
What am I wearing?
It looks bigger from down here, man. Oh, that's a lot of money. It's a shame we can't keep her. There's no way of hiding this thing. It's too big, too recognizable. I already got some buyers lined up.
When does Vista is taking forever to load? What?
You go grab a beer.
I'm assuming you're asking
Knew you'd be good for
something about
this.
Vista taking too long to load.
That's how it's done.
Can we help you sell? Sure. Oh, Windows Vista is taking forever to load. Unusual. 85 grand for helping someone in the finale is not that bad, to be fair. It's a little bit better than what they were paying for some of the other jobs where you get paid like 20, 30 bucks, pretty much, but still not great. They still need to figure out a better way of doing jobs with people if you're going to help, because, yeah, getting paid 85 grand is not... Like, they keep doing this. They keep releasing these big jobs that give you like 500 grand, and then they give the person helping like barely anything. So I hope that they'll work on that for GTA 6, make it more like Red Dead and the heist where you can kind of give people more. Yeah, the mission was really good. The landing, the little mini games, with the little the animations, pressing the the key, the buttons in the order. That was cool. I like the moving the items from to the other. I know that's just basically like a gold mini game where you pick up the gold or whatever, but it feels like cool to do it. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's definitely the best system that they've done, the best like mission they've done in ages. If they did a heist like that with those kind of like new features, it'd be really cool. Why don't they bring over the Red Dead system? Yeah, they should do, really, for like sales and stuff. And then for when you're doing like these kind of generic jobs, they should do like, yeah, you should get half, and then heist you can still pick and choose. I don't know why they won't, but this is Rockstar. They're probably worried about people like taking advantage of it by like all doing their ones and then helping each other, like all doing their ones solo and then joining up and getting getting it all the money. But like we did that on Casino. We would all do our individual casinos and then we would just load it up and so I don't see why Rockstar cares that much if people do that, especially now because of how much money most people have. Like, it's not hard to make money in this game now, so I don't know why they're so picky. Oh, bro, this loan screen is killing me. What the fuck is this? I feel like I'm AF right now. Probably is AF, you know, load him back in. It's trying to connect to him. Yeah, you do get a lot of the money back, to be fair. It's not the bad, it's not like a really, it's a good business, to be fair. Like a good kind of, well, not really a business, but you know what I mean. It's not a bad, like, set of missions, and you don't really end up out of pocket. Unless if you buy all the additional shit, of course. I love I've not done all the last play missions, apparently, for Gerald. It's the business release, is it? That's cool. Wait, someone's doing fully loaded on... Oh, that's crazy. Also, what was that? Oh, nice. I completed all Oscar Guzman missions as a crew member. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I just did the finale and the, like, the last two. I definitely did not do the other ones, so fair, I guess. Thanks. Thanks, Rockstar, for... Yeah. I appreciate that from Rockstar, giving me that even though I didn't do it. AF, what are you wearing? Oh, apparently it's a private session. I can't even join. Oh, is it an invite-only session? Is that the only session AF can actually join, is invite-only sessions? That's fucking crazy. Yeah, he has to own the lobby. He literally can't do it otherwise. That's so fucked. Imagine AF waited years to get a better internet connection and then he gets it and then it goes to shit within the first like month. That's so sad. It's like they waited until after his you know how they usually give like a withdraw like time, you can like you can cancel the you know the purchase within a certain period. That's probably what happened. He probably got he got just out of that and they're like, yeah, fuck this guy. Oh, I actually really want to do that. Complete the... I need to do those arms trafficking missions to get that.
You son of a bitch! Go fuck your mother!
I still remember how they didn't have the hunter in the game. I can't believe they didn't have the hunter in the game until like really late on. You know, being that it was in Vice City, San Andreas, it was also technically in Vice City Stories. Well, it was in Vice City Stories, and I believe it was also technically in Liberty City Stories. It just wasn't accessible, but you could still get it if you played around a little bit. And then they never had it in GTA 4, obviously, for obvious reasons, no airbase. I remember fighting someone. I was in a Starling and he was in a Hunter and he was fucking amazing. Like I couldn't even get his ass. Like I had to really try to get him because of how strong he was. He had chaff and all that and he just kept dodging everything I did. Oh my days. Bro's got us on minimum wage on as an associate, selling 3 marshals. We're gonna get paid like 5 grand for doing this. That's sad, man. It better not be on the other side of the map too. Oh, it's on the other fucking side of the map too. Wow. 5 grand for a 15-minute job. Amazing. Hey Blurp, what's up? Get the fuck out of the way. You know what I find I always love is that we're almost always without fail, you are watching a movie or a TV show before you start watching me. It's really funny. It's like, I mean, which makes sense, you know, owing to your, you know, your passion for media, from like movies and stuff. But like, it just makes me laugh. There's almost, I'm always like wondering, which movie is it going to be today? I'm just gonna go through the city. Fuck going to the top bit. I don't know why I went up there in the first place. Oh, come on. They could have picked a further away target in my life. Jesus, look at this. Sometimes I feel like the Marshal has a weird speed limit, because I feel like we should be going faster than this, but it just feels very... It just feels slow. It is a shame we can't use the cargo bob and all that to pick it up, the iron mule, so would have made a lot more, made it a lot more efficient, but... Oh, that's the movie where the meme of Leonardo DiCaprio pointing comes from. Ah, okay. That's cool. I've heard of the name at least. Like, the name of the movie. Not Leonardo, I mean, you know. It'd be hard to miss him, considering the amount of movies he's been in. Oh, I hate this turn. It's such an awkward turn. Ah, it's such an awkward turn if people get in the way. I guess there's nowhere else to really put it. Yeah, I'd be crazy if I didn't know him. I'm curious how many people in the world. I mean, I guess if you live somewhere in like the middle of Africa or some tribe, maybe you probably wouldn't. But other than that, I'm curious to see how many people wouldn't have heard about him. Oh, please don't do this. Don't fly after me. Oh, fuck you. You didn't have to hit me, alright? You saw a big-ass monster truck coming across the road. You could stop. Yeah, he's certainly been around for a long time. I don't think he'll stop anytime soon either. There we go. I know the buzzers aren't really dangerous, but it's just how annoying they are. All it takes is one of them just accidentally hitting you or just getting a lucky shot in your head, and that's it. You're dead. As we know from flying that fucking plane, all it takes is one lucky shot, and that's it. You're out. Shame he's a creeper. He is a good actor, yes. He's an amazing actor. It's a shame. Where's my bike gone? Oh, my bike's there. I'm alright, bro. I'll take the bike. Motherfucker. No, you're not gonna try dodging me now. You know what? Oh, I was gonna say, can I knock him? Can I? There you go. What the fuck? Oh, no, I did do something. I was gonna say, what the fuck? Why did he not? Wait, will he land? Wait. Oh my god, Dean. We didn't even think about that. If we used the EMP grenade, we could have stolen the helicopter from that guy. I didn't even think of that. That's big brain right there. Holy shit, that's big brain. We got paid $3 grand. What the fuck was that? Oh my god, bro. We got paid $3 grand for that. That's fucking disgusting, bro. But yeah, next time we'll 100% have to do that if that happens again. We didn't get paid $5 grand. I thought we'd get paid at least 5, but we got paid 3, bro. That isn't enough to cover the ammo and shit I used. I know, right? For the big $3 grand, bro. $3 whole grand. What we're gonna spend that on? You know, t-shirt. Not even a t-shirt. Even t-shirts in this game cost more than $3 grand now. T-shirts cost like fucking ridiculous amounts. At least 10 grand now, some of them. That's mad. Working for $3 grand is actually diabolical, bro. There needs to be a fucking union or some shit because, bro, we're getting scammed here. We need we need collective action, bro. we need to have industrial disruption to change it to get paid better. Industrial action. Am I gonna see that Mickey 17 movie? Probably not. Unless if we end up going to the cinema in the next couple of weeks, but I don't think we're going to the cinema for a while. And I think when we do, we're gonna see. There was a movie coming out that I want to see, but I can't remember now. We're cutting back on our cinema trips to save money. Have they added any new tattoos or whatever, Dean? I don't think I checked in the last update. Oh, imagine if I fell off the bloody bike there. Oh. They had a new trim, which is shit. Oh yeah, I think I saw that one. Yeah, Rockstar adds very few trims are actually really good. There are some that are really fire, but then most of them are just terrible. But to be fair, I think GTA 5 is just very limited on what they can do and make it look good. I really hope in GTA 6 we have like hair that grows like in Red Dead. Movie where Rob Patterson's repeatedly cloned to be a test subject. Alright, cool. I've heard of it, but I just never really, it didn't really look like something I would ever watch, so it's not really something I ever, you know, paid much attention to. And now that we're kind of cutting back a bit, we're having to be a lot more selective of what we watch. Whereas there was a point last year where we were watching pretty much anything mainstream that was in the cinema. And even some stuff that wasn't mainstream, we would still watch it. Just because it was there and we had nothing else to do. But times are hard. Graphics cards have to be paid for somehow. And I'm pretty sure that cinema is closing soon anyway, so once it closes, that's that. No more £5 tickets or whatever. I'll have to utilize Amazon's Odeon 2-for-1 tickets once a month instead. Oh, we're doing really well on this, actually. Oh, I almost went the wrong way. I almost fucked it up. Easy. Wait, 58k for a tattoo. I like how AF's job paid us 3 grand to get a 58k tattoo. The thing is, there's no money in helping other people. You know what I mean? Because if you help other people, you get paid fuck all. You get paid sweet fuck all for helping other people in this game. The only time it's really worth helping is MC, but even then it's not worth a lot. MC's worth, what, like 30 grand? Which is pretty decent, I guess, but not great. Doing normal jobs pays you fuck all. The only one it's really worth it is heists. The movie flopped, but it's directed by the guy who won the Best Picture back in 2020 Oscars. Oh, so it's like, yeah, it was a passion project for him. Well, I guess in that case, as long as he's happy with the final result, and not everything's going to be financially successful, but as long as he's happy with it. Rockstar, why'd you have to have the loudest collection noise known to mankind? Like you can have that be half as loud and it'd be fine. I love how pay to win that GTA Plus is now 100 personal vehicles if you get the subscription. You can store in that. It's ridiculous, man. Rockstar, come on. GTA 6 is gonna have some mad pay to win shit, I think. It's always surprised how high Bane's voice is in the audio mix for The Dark Knight Rises. True, actually. Alright. Which one is this again? Oh, that one. The one by the graveyard, is it? Yeah, wait, just double check. Yeah, it's the one by the graveyard. You love Tom Hardy, but you can't take that shit seriously. Yeah, it definitely was a bit of a... It was definitely a little bit out of... unexpected, let's say that. I'm sure you could have done something different that sounded better, but hey. What's done is done. If I'm going to that one, I'll go down this path. I'll go down Joshua. You know, I was playing GTA 5 at 120 FPS, and I can't lie. I'm looking forward to the day that that consoles get to 120 FPS. Yeah, very long way away, but hey. One day. I'm telling you, it'd be crazy to play GTA 5 at 120 FPS on this. I'm just hoping we get 60 on GTA 6. I swear, if we get 30, bro, I'm actually done. $30 would upset me greatly. You watched a film at the cinema earlier today. It was pretty great. Black Bag, and it's directed by a guy who did Contagion and Ocean's 11. Oh, the Ocean's 11 movies. I mean, I'm assuming it must be good then, because Ocean's 11 movies were great. God, what I would do to rewatch the Ocean's 11 movies, at least, like, for the first time ever. Actually, speaking of which, Dean, have you ever watched the Ocean's 11 movies, bro? Oh. No, one day, yeah. Add it to your list, yeah. Ocean's 11, 12, and 13. God, what I would do to watch those again for the first time. Those films are films that it's like the first time you watch them, it's just great. The second time and third time is still fun, but the first time is just top notch. Genuinely one of my favorite experiences with movies was watching those three for the first time. Because you just don't know what the fuck's gonna happen next. There's always some sort of like trick almost, and you don't know what's gonna happen. You genuinely, it's hard to figure out what's gonna happen the first time you watch it because there's so much shit goes on. But it's so satisfying. Love those films. They're like heist movies, Dean. They're heist movies with George Clooney. And yeah, basically they have a team. It's, in the first one it's 11, and then 12 and 13, you know, which is the name. Ocean's 11 is the team of 11, Ocean's 12 is a team of 12, 11, Ocean's 13 has a team of 13. There's also an Ocean's 8, which is a team of 8 women, but that was kind of done during Hollywood's big, let's make women versions, like female versions of all the major film series, which didn't really work out that well for them. Although I think it still did decently. But they never made a second one. But the original ones, the 11, 12, and 13 are so much fun. They are some of the best movies I've watched when it comes to just having a good time with them. And obviously, heist movies are always fun because it's heist, you know? Like, I love heist movies because I love GTA, I love doing heists, I love Payday. And I sit down on my bro, if there was... I wish Rockstar could do some sort of Ocean's 11 style heist in GTA. I would love that kind of back and forth. If Rockstar could pull off a story like that, oh my god, it'd be so good. It'd be so good. You thought Ocean's 8 sucked, but not because of the women. I had no issue with the women. It's just it was that period, you know. It's just that period where they tried doing female versions of every film they could. I remember the Ghostbusters female film. That was. You know, it was bad, but not because it was a female Ghostbusters film. It wasn't because it was women, it was just bad. But it went away though, it was more like a parody. I did enjoy the female Ghostbusters film, but I just think of it as a parody of Ghostbusters, and then it's actually quite fun. But it was that period of time when Hollywood was so determined to make female versions of all the previous male-only franchises to try to show off how aggressive they were, I guess, and it obviously didn't work out in the slightest for them because they gave up with it pretty soon. And they haven't bothered since. So in fact, it was so bad for them in Ghostbusters they gave up and then tried making a wholly brand new unique story for Ghostbusters, which I think is better. The newer ones, then I do think they're more interesting than that one. But yeah, I like that it was so bad for them, it flopped so bad for them they gave up with that whole idea. It's just, I don't know, I just think that it's so poor to just try to redo something as just you know, so oh, that has all men in it, let's redo it as just women. It's just like, is that the best you got? You can't come up with something interesting. You can't come up with a new franchise with a bunch of women in it. You can't come up with a new story with a bunch of women in it. It's just, let's take something that's already established long-term as men and replace them with women because men are bad. I mean, that's just stupid. Come up with something unique or create a story that's interesting or different. And that fucking film did so badly, they were like, yeah, fuck that, we're never doing that universe again. Scrap that whole universe and then decided to do a new one. or continue the original ones with the Paul was it Paul Rudd and I can't remember the other one, but I know that that kid from Stranger Things is in it though. And that was actually alright. That was a fun one. I had a good time with that. But I don't know. I think for me, I'm just not a fan of when organizations try to do that just to kind of like I don't. This is the thing, right? I'm very much like I don't give a shit about when people go off about woke stuff. But I can't lie. That period of Hollywood was very evident to me that they were trying to pull off this men bad, women are good narrative that just completely flopped. And I'm glad it flopped because it was fucking stupid. It was unoriginal. It was insulting to both men and women. It was insulting to men because it was just like, well, fuck you, we're gonna have it all be women. And it was insulting to women because it's like saying, well, all you're good for is just to be stand-in replacements for men. That's all you're good for. You're not unique or original or funny in your own way. You're just stand-in replacements for men. And we're just gonna replace all the formerly male-only series and sagas with female versions. It's just like fucking insulting to everyone. So I'm glad that whole era of Hollywood flopped, and I'm glad they've kind of gone back to the drawing board and they're thinking, how can we make new series that are more inclusive but without being just, you know, fuck you because you're men, especially if you're white men. And they actually have done a much better job since, thank the Lord. But that's why I hope the next Oceans film isn't just an Oceans, you know, female Oceans film. I would love for them to go back and bring the best of the female team back with the best of the male team and combine it. But this whole, oh, well, that was a whole male team and we're going to replace it with a whole female team. That shit, no, that was such an awful era. That was so fucking lacking in inspiration. And the worst thing is the people that came up with it, it was all just a bunch of men who thought, we can make a lot of money like that. It was, oh yeah, let's have a whole bunch of female-only teams because we can make a lot of money from women. But then the women didn't turn up and the men didn't turn up and no one turned up to the cinema, so they flopped. It's like, well, what a fucking waste. So I suppose you could say that's my most controversial opinion when it comes to politically correct, you know, progressive, woke, I suppose you could say. That's my most controversial opinion, is that I just disagree with replacing formerly all-male teams with just female versions just because. And I know some people got really annoyed at that opinion. I remember back in the late 2010s, there was a fair few people that were like, oh, that means you're just you know, you're just fucking hating women. I was like, no, I just don't think it's very imaginative. It's not that inspired to just take formerly beloved characters and just replace them, you know, one for one with women. I just think that's really fucking bad. So unimaginative. It's so insulting to everyone. I love when they come up with stories that actually make use of women properly. Which they are doing better, to be fair now. Like, I like the as I said, the new Ghostbusters was way better. They blended a family together, and I thought that was really cool. That was a way better film than the 16 film. Although I still enjoyed the 16 film. It's just I don't love it as a Ghostbusters film. I just like it as a parody of Ghostbusters. Like if you called it Ghost, I don't know, Ghost, something like a play on the word Busters, maybe. I don't know. You could come up with a really cool film name for that, and I think it would have actually been quite a funny film for that, because it did feel like a parody at times, and I thought, like, yeah, this would be hilarious as its own thing. But the fact that they just took it as Ghostbusters and then they had the original actors in it but as just cameos, I was like, bro, come on. You've literally got the original actors right there. Why not have them be the original team and then they're training a new team, which is what they kind of did in the later ones where they had the family take over and away from the originals. I thought that was a way better doing it. And I'm glad that that's kind of, yeah, where they're going now, so. And yeah, Ocean's 8, like I said, I liked Ocean's 8 too. But again, it just felt like very much like, fuck you, we're going to have a whole women team just because you had a whole male team. And that's why I hope they'll bring them back, but I hope they'll bring them back in a combination film, like maybe Ocean's 20 or some shit, and there's like the women's team, and then there's the men's team, and they all kind of combine together. And I could see there being some quite funny occasions between the two, a bit of competition between the two groups, and then they kind of learn how to work together kind of thing. I think that could be quite funny. But whether they're going to do that or not, I don't know. I actually don't know if they're doing another Ocean's film, but I hope they do, because I really like the Ocean's films. I would do anything for another Ocean's. You'd rather see the franchise die. I mean, that's fair. I'm just someone who likes watching stuff even if it's not amazing, or even if it's like, you know, been done to, you know, beaten to death. I still enjoy watching stuff. Like, I have a franchise I like, I want to see more of it, you know? I don't really care about the value of the movie necessarily, or like, you know, whether the movie is amazing or not. I'll happily watch, if it's a franchise I like, I'll happily watch anything that they put out. That's why I watched Ghostbusters, even though I didn't particularly care for the 2016 one. I still watched it because I was like, well, it's Ghostbusters, isn't it? So for me, I'll happily watch it if they put a new one out. It's the same reasons I keep going back to the same old games over and over and over again. You know, like, even if it's been done to death, I like, you know, like there's a franchise I like, I'm gonna play it. Even if it's been done to death. Even like, you know, Red Dead Redemption 2, which I don't particularly love, I'll still happily play that game anytime because it is Red Dead. It's part of my favorite, one of my favorite franchises. Even if the next Red Dead game is a fucking prequel to a prequel, I'll still play it just because I love, you know, that universe. I've done everything, right? Is there anything else to do? No. You'll take Groundhog Day. That's fair. Alright, I'm gonna go and try to do some selling, I guess. No, I've never seen Groundhog Day, so I can't really speak much on it. Bro, why is it raining so much right now? I love how this game, it never rains, and then it rains really badly for maybe 2 hours in game, and then it goes away again. I think that's one of the things I really want to see in GTA 6. I want to see the weather be a lot better. Like, way more variety, and I want the weather to be more... I want to see wind. I keep saying it. I would love to see wind. Wind wouldn't just affect planes and boats, but it also affects cars. Like if you have like a big truck and you're driving down the highway at speed, wind could really fuck you up. So please, Rockstar, you've not seen anything that you've been spoken about. Wait, you've not seen Ghostbusters, bro? Oh, it's a time loop story. Ah, okay. Time loop stories could be pretty cool. Oh, you never... Oh, it's crazy, bro, that you've never seen Ghostbusters. That's like a quintessential growing up film in the 80s. Like, if you grew up in the 80s, and I suppose even the 90s, like, you've most likely seen Ghostbusters. Well, 1 and 2. Oh, that's actually mad to me that you've not seen it, bro. But I suppose, yeah, you don't really watch it. You're not really one to watch your movies, are you? So it makes sense. I wouldn't say it's like something I would highly like recommend at the moment, because there's so many other things that you know that there's more, you know, like worthwhile watching, I suppose, for you, I think, in the, you know, before that. But you know, if you ever see it on, like, you know, Netflix or whatever, and you've got nothing else to watch, it might be worth a shout. I enjoy it. It's just a kind of a light-hearted, silly movie, you know, about busting ghosts, pretty much. a little team of scientists and a random guy they hired. That's pretty much the way to put it. A team of scientists and then a random guy they hired. That's the way that's pretty much that. And then they go around busting ghosts. It's pretty fun. There's a big bad, there's a big evil guy, wants to come back, almost destroys the world. They stop it, you know. Giant Statue of Liberty, you know. You know? That's pretty much the story right there. Giant marshmallow man. Yeah. Absolutely loved it. It's one of the reasons I actually really love the Ghostbusters video game, the PS3 360 era one. It's basically Ghostbusters 3, the real Ghostbusters 3 that they never made. And I love playing it because it's like a great way for me to re-experience the old movies, but from the perspective of actually being in the game. Ah, good times. I need to finish that game on hard mode though, because I need to get the platinum. I'm one trophy off the platinum, I think, and it's the hardest. It's the trophy for doing it on hard, and I've done it all on hard before on the PS3. I did all the trophies on the PS3 but 1 or 2, and that was the multiplayer trophies. And then I was renting the game, so I didn't have time to finish it. And then years later, I bought the PS4 remaster, and I've done everything in the game but 1 trophy. So I've already done it on hard, technically, on the PS3 360, but yeah. What are some other hot movie takes? I don't even know. I guess my hot movie take in terms of, like, you know, casual type moviegoers would be that I don't think like movies like Captain Marvel and all that are bad. Like, I know a lot of people don't like them and think they're bad. All the ones that people say are like woke or whatever from Disney, I don't think they're bad. I just think they're different, or, you know, I don't think any of them are particularly amazing, but I don't think they're bad. And I think a lot of casual people probably think they're quite shit, because that's probably why they're not really doing that well in the cinemas. I don't, you know, I guess that's probably the casual take of mine is, yeah, I don't think they're bad, I just think they're different, and they're still fun in their own way. But I know a lot of people are like, fuck Captain Marvel, fuck the Marvels, fuck, you know, all the other Dons. Do I have the Kanjali? I do, why? And I suppose also, I guess the other hot take is I'm fine with a lot of the DC movies. I don't think they're amazing, a lot of them, but I like them. Even Black Adam, I enjoy Black Adam. I don't think it's amazing or bad. I just think I had a good time, enjoyed it. It was worth the £5 I spent to watch it, so you know, that's pretty much it. I'm very mild when it comes to movies. I don't really have like really hot takes other than that. Other than, you know, I sometimes I feel like Hollywood tries to I feel like Hollywood is just using. I suppose another hot take would be not really a hot take now, but before the election probably. I think Hollywood and a lot of companies in general are just using the LGBT to, you know, make money, and they don't give a shit about the actual LGBT or anything like that. That's why they put loads of people, you know, when it was beneficial to them, they put LGBT folk into their movies, and as soon as it's not beneficial to them now, they're just dropping it. And I think that might have been controversial to say maybe, you know, a year or two ago. People would be like, no, they're not. They're, you know, LGBT folk are actually getting proper, you know, representation, and they should and all that, but
Okay.
I think now people are realizing fully that, yeah, they don't give a shit about the folk. They, you know, they just give a shit about the money. And as soon as like, you know, it didn't become beneficial to them anymore, they just said fuck that, and they're cutting them. I know that how they're cutting that. There was a story they were doing of a trans person in one of their TV shows, and they've cut that now, and now they're going to be doing a Christian instead. Like, yeah, it's obvious that they only give a shit about, you know, the money, and they don't, you know, they never gave a shit about anything else. And I think a lot of people did fall for that in a way, that they were thinking, oh, you know, times are changing, and you know, it's not just that, it's actually, you know, it's because they value it, you know, they actually see in the potential LGBT folk have now. But no, the reality is they never give a shit, and as soon as it's no longer convenient, they're out. So yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. Same thing with people of color. 100%, you know, and any different, you know, races, religions, whatever, they'll shove their movies full. They'll put them in everywhere, and as soon as it's no longer good for them, as soon as it no longer benefits them, they're out. You know, they'll try to shut. And I think that's I guess my controversial opinion is that they shoved diversity hard, and people obviously view that as good. They saw that was good, that diversity was being, you know, pushed hard. But I always viewed it as like, yeah, they're gonna dump that shit as soon as it doesn't benefit them anymore. They're gonna dump that, and they did. And I'm like, yeah, that's my opinion on that is I think it's fucking, you know, that's all companies and you know, not just Hollywood, but other companies as well, gaming companies and all that. They only did it because it made sense for them for the bottom line. But as soon as it's no longer convenient, they're gone. They're out. You know, all that diversity is ended. And if it's not true diversity, it's just forced for the sake of, you know, making more money. At that point, it's like, well, is there any point if you're just going to force it like hard just to make money? It just feels like they're using them to make cash, which I think is really sick. But I don't know. What can you do? I mean, what's the options? What's the alternatives? You don't do anything, and they don't give a shit, or you get them, you pressure them into doing it, but they still don't give a shit. Either way, they don't give a shit. It's just sad. You know, there's no attempt to kind of make a story that makes sense. It's just about making money. Like, sometimes a story about someone, you know, being black would make way more sense than someone being white. So in that case, make them black. Someone who's trans might make way more sense in a story than someone who's straight. Make them trans. You know, like, it shouldn't matter about, you know, hitting quotas and stuff like that, as long as you're making the story make sense and you pick stories that, you know, you're actually willing to try to make movies about different types of people. But the problem is that it's very obvious to me that they make stories that are designed for straight white people, right? And then they just shove in some extra diversity to make money. And as soon as that's no longer the case, yeah, they're off. They're back to putting just straight white people in again. So I would prefer if they had just actually, there was actual change in the industry and they were like, yeah, okay, we're actually going to shift it and actually make stuff that, you know, that has more variety for people legitimately. But no, they don't give a shit. So I guess that's my controversial movie opinion, is that they never really give a shit and they just wanted to make money, and I think that's wrong. I think that's wrong, personally. You actually think that both Shazam movies are well-directed movies with quite a bit of personality? Yeah, I like Shazam. I really like the Shazam films. I just don't like the guy who plays Shazam, I guess. I like the kids, but I don't like, you know, the guy who plays Shazam because he's a fucking nutjob. I mean, he's also part of the problem with Hollywood, so, you know. He's part of the problem there.
I'm on the clock. What you want? It's coming at you. I'll get back to it then.
Alright, JB. But I don't know. I guess that's it. As I said, I think if you said that 2 years ago, people have been like, no, 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 no. You know, you're just being negative, or no, that's not right. But I think people have realized it now with how quickly it only took a month after Trump won for them to reveal their true colors. So I think yeah, I think people have opened up now and realized, yeah, the same with a lot of the companies. Like, there's not going to be, I don't even want to imagine how little celebration is going to be this year in Pride Month. Although, like, exactly, Pride Month has always been that to me, like, when they do all this corporate shit, you know, they're trying to make it look like, you know, oh, we're really caring of people. No, they never give a shit. They only cared about the money. And now, I don't imagine there'll be that much, you know, corporate pride this year. I imagine a lot of companies will just, American companies especially, will just not bother. And maybe in some cases have notices put out not to do it. You know what I mean? Like, it won't just be, oh, well, employees can do what they want. It'll be employees can't, you know? Oh, shit. But I think that's what we're going to see a lot of that this year, with people like, no, you can't do it. I think I just, yeah, stuff like that pisses me off. I'll say that about PlayStation, you know. I mean, for a Japanese company, which, you know, Japan's quite conservative, they've done really well with their games. Like, they've come out with, you know, I mean, look at Ellie from, you know, Last of Us. You know, I mean, she's a main character who's lesbian. And, like, they didn't just force it in there. It was a natural progression, which I thought was really good. And then it seems to be they're doing more of that with their, you know, they're doing more stuff like that with their later games as well. So I'll say that about Sony. Like, I don't think Sony's the same as, like, you know, like other, I guess because it's Japanese, they don't have the same pressure from, like, you know, Donald Trump to do stuff a certain way, which is nice. Oh yeah, I need to invite you, don't I, JB? Yeah, so I think that's nice from Sony. Like, I think they're actually trying to make stuff that's, you know, a little bit different, and you know, they're actually, it does feel like the people at Sony do give a shit, which I think is nice. Which is unusual, because again, a lot of these other companies couldn't give a fuck about that, but I do feel like the people at Sony at least do give a shit about it. So obviously they're still a company at the end of the day, and they're still going to do what works for them, but I don't know, I feel like they're a little bit more understanding, which for a Japanese company is really crazy to me. Because there's no way, like, I couldn't see some other I couldn't see Activision releasing a game like Last of Us the way that it was released. I couldn't see them doing that, I'll be honest with you. Like, Activision, no, I couldn't have seen it. I couldn't have seen that. I don't know about Microsoft now, but I mean, even Microsoft, I feel probably is going to err on the side of caution with the way they're, you know, being American and all that. But yeah, it's sad. I guess it's not really a controversial opinion anymore, is it? You know, it's just truth. That's what they are. That's what these companies. A lot of these companies just want to make money. So. Sad. As much as I don't care for the Naughty Dog games, like, I don't really care for Last of Us, don't really care about Uncharted that much, not that, you know, not really give a shit much about the new game they're coming out with. I'm always grateful for that, the fact they actually try to come up with stories that are interesting and a little bit, you know, a little bit less, you know, the old traditional way of doing white guy shoots people, you know. They did kind of do that with Last of Us 1 at the beginning, you know, white guy shooting people, but then they also went into the deep into the story of Ellie and all that connection, and I think they did a really good job of that. So whereas I think yeah, which I appreciate, like, they're not my kind of games just because I don't really care for the whole, you know, I've never really liked any I've never liked any of their stuff other than, I guess, Jack and Daxter, but I guess Uncharted 1 I kind of liked, but I do appreciate that. I'm glad Sony has them. Let you in a tank. All right. There you go. What's some of my hot takes with films you think are overrated, underrated? I don't know, like... Again, I'm not really that strongly opinionated on a lot of these things. Like, I'm just very mild. Like, I like stuff, but again, it's just very much because I like it. I just like the stuff. Like, people can say it's shit, and I'll be like, I still like it. Just because I like it. But I don't really... I don't know, like... Again, like, kind of just like what I said before, where I don't think a lot of the stuff people say is really bad is like overly like bad. Like people say, oh, this is like one of the worst films of all time, and I'll just watch him like, it's not great. And I don't think I've really watched that many films where I'm like, it's very highly rated, and I watch it and I'm just like, I don't really like it. I guess, I don't know. I mean, the only thing I can really think of is, yeah, that Rob Zombie, Michael Myers, you know, Halloween films, which me and Rebecca watched, and we said we'll never watch them again. But I don't know if that's, like, really a common... Because, like, how many people really watch them and really, you know, talk about them, to be fair? So I don't know if other people... I don't know. I've never really read into what other people's opinions on them are. So I don't know if that's, like, controversial or whatever. But I think that's just, for me, it's just, like, I just don't like them. Like, I'll never... I don't think I would ever like either of those films, just because they're not my style. But I think that's probably the most controversial of it, really. I guess a controversial one a little bit with the MCUs. I like Iron Fist, and a lot of people hate Iron Fist, but I like Iron Fist. I like Finn Jones. I think that I think he could do a really good job if he came back, and I loved him in that episode with Luke Cage. Him and Luke Cage get on really well in that one episode he was in Luke Cage, and I thought, you know what? If they brought him back and they did a whole series of him and Luke, Heroes for Hire kind of thing, or whatever, oh, that would be fire. I'd love that. Him and Luke would be fucking great together. But I know a lot of people despise him, and they despise what they did with Iron Fist and him. Your hottest take is that Forrest Gump is a conservative fever dream and isn't that good. I can't lie, I've never seen Forrest Gump either, so I can't really say anything about that. You think, oh, you think the performance in Joker 2 was better, yeah? Yeah, I can see that. I can see that, yeah. Still a terrible movie, though, like you said. That one is a terrible movie. That's one of the few movies that I will agree. Like I said, I'm very mild on stuff, you know, whether I like it or not. But that's one movie I will always say is terrible. I hate that film so much. I don't know why we watched it. I guess because I wanted to see what it was actually like, but it was terrible. Yeah, Dean, if there's ever a film you don't ever want to see, don't ever watch Joker 2, bro. Absolutely awful film. My conspiracy theory is that he did it on purpose. Like, not hit that the director did it on purpose just because he just wanted to fucking tank it for some reason. Because it's so bad, it doesn't work in any way. It doesn't work. It's just such a bad film. Like, it's just so fucking bad. Like, it doesn't serve any purpose in the universe. Like, they could have just completely didn't do it. They could have just not done it and it would have been fine. And even, you know, it's just awful. It's just fucking awful, man. I remember, like, when I watched it, me and Rebecca watched it, and then I came home that night and I was just like, it was just fucking terrible. Like, why would they even make that? Like, I try to find something I like about every film. Like, that's the thing. Again, I'm very mild with my films. Even ones I don't love, I'll still be like, it's all right. You know, I went to see Captain America 4, for example, Brave New World, and I didn't like it that much. Like, I didn't think there was anything in it that I particularly liked. But even then, I didn't hate it. Like, I was just mild to it. It's like, oh, it's just It's alright, I guess. But Joker 2 really annoyed me for some reason. And, like, I thought they were going to do more, like, you know, the whole musical aspect to it. I thought that could be pretty fun if they do, like, a whole film just full of musicals. Like, I like musicals. You know, I really enjoyed the Mean Girls musical that they did. And I quite enjoyed some... there's been other ones that we went to see and I enjoyed Wicked as well and all that. But... fuck me, I hated everything about Joker 2. Like, I didn't even like any of the music they picked. And especially because they had Lady Gaga in it, and you know, Lady Gaga's really, you know, I'm not a big fan of her music, but she's really good. She's talented. I'm like, what the fuck are they doing? Like, they had talent. They had fucking talent in that film, and they could have done something good with it, but they just, it was shit. That's just the best way. And I agree, though. Yeah, I agree what you say. It has higher highs, but yeah, the lows are terrible. Like, the overall average is also much worse. Like, it's much lower in general, but yeah, the lows are through the floor. And the highs are... when it is high, but the lows are terribly low, and even the average is quite low, so... yeah, the cartoon opening was really cool, too. It's one of those films that I will never like. It's one of those films that I'll just never, ever, ever want to, like, watch, ever. Ever again. Like, even Captain America Brave New World, I'll probably rewatch it one day in, like, the very distant future. I'll probably rewatch that film. Very distant future. Like, I'm talking if I have kids and they have kids and we all get together and we do an MCU, you know, watch by. I'll watch it then. But I don't think I'll ever watch it again other than that. But I still will watch it. Whereas Joker 2, I'll never watch it again. And you know what? Joker 2 was so bad that I probably never watched Joker 1 again. Like, I did enjoy Joker 1. But I don't think I'll ever watch that again now because of how bad Joker 2 was. Like, that's how bad that film was for me. Like, you know it's bad when you're midway through and you're thinking about leaving. You're thinking about, oh, should I get up and just go because this is dead? Like, that's how I felt during it. Like, I remember checking my clock, my watch, and thinking to myself, fuck me, man. Like, there's another hour on this shit. Which is bad when you're watching a film. That's bad. You don't want to be like, you know, 30 minutes in and you're checking the fucking watch to see how long's left. That's terrible. And that's kind of how I was. I was checking it. I think I started checking it after 45 minutes. So yeah, that's ruined Joker 1 for me now. So I'll never watch that ever again. Honestly though, like, even if it wasn't actually a rip-off, I would prefer if they did try to make it a rip-off if it meant it was better. Like, I would have rather they just copied another film 100% down to the fucking, you know, details, if it, at least if it would be good, because that film was so diabolically bad. AF got 5-0 on you. I love that for him. AF is just a little tricksy. He's like Loki, bro, causing issues. You've done that with bare films. Yeah, Dean, you know what? It's funny. I actually imagine you do that quite a lot with films because, yeah, like, I think, yeah, like, with you, I've noticed that you're either into it or you're not. And if you're not into it, you'll start it and you're gonna just be like, yeah, I'm done. Like, when you like something, I think, you know, you're hooked on it. And that's that. But I think, yeah, sometimes you know, like, that's why I'm like, I don't suggest certain films because I'm like, oh, is Dean gonna be like, is Dean gonna get like maybe like 30 minutes in and be like, yeah, this is too much, this is too boring. That's why I'm kind of, that's why I'm thinking of films that I know that you like because of the characters. Like, if you like Batman as a character, you probably would enjoy the Batman films. But because you don't really care for Batman, you don't really know anything about Batman, you didn't play the games when you were younger, you never really watched, you know, I'm assuming you didn't watch the cartoon. You know, you've not really got any sort of care for Batman. So it makes it harder for you to enjoy the film. Like, I still think that the Dark Knight trilogy is good. Even, you know, it's just a standalone trilogy, even if you don't particularly love Batman. But I feel like for you, with no care about Batman at all, and just not being a big movie person, yeah, it just ends up being like torture. That's why I recommended the Amazing Spider-Man films to you, because I figured, you know what, you really like Spider-Man. You know, you've always kind of let me know how much you like Spider-Man, and I just had a feeling, I had an inkling that you would actually end up liking the Andrew Garfield films after watching them, which is why I said, like, you need to watch the Amazing Spider-Man films. I just had a feeling. If you love Spider-Man, even if the films aren't that amazing, you know, overall in terms of filmmaking, if you like Spider-Man enough, you will probably enjoy the Amazing Spider-Man films. Like, I can watch any Spider-Man film and watch it and love it, you know. Even the fucking MCU ones, which I don't like, I'll still watch them if they're on. Except Far From Home, I will watch it, but I'll hate myself for it afterwards. I'll be like, well, what a waste of time that was, but I'll still watch it because it is Spider-Man. Both of Scorsese films are great, but the director of the Joker films isn't 1% as good. No, I can tell from I can tell from what I've seen in that in Joker. I don't think he'll be in many. I don't think he'll have many opportunities to make amazing films ever again to show off his skills. After that one, I don't think he'll ever work at Warner Brothers again. Anyway. I think the reason that you find those films harder to enjoy is because you're such a movie buff that, like, you see the negatives of it a lot more. Even though you love Spider-Man, you see the negatives of it a lot more. Whereas, like, for like casual movie people, like, you know, me and Dean and all that, like, even we don't really see the negatives the same way, so it kind of helps. You know, like, there are things I wish was a little bit different. There's specifically the second one's pacing and the actor for the Harry Osborn, which was terrible. Well, no, I don't think the actor was bad. I just think the Harry Osborn design was awful, and I wish they never did it. But I think that's probably more the fact that James Franco, unfortunately, is the best Harry Osborn I've seen in movies. As you know, love him or hate him, and I imagine most people hate him because he's a fucking weirdo. He does play a good Harry Osborn. I'll never forget that face he makes when he's mocking Peter about kissing MJ. He's like, strawberry. I'll never forget that face. Absolutely love that. Especially the Japanese version. Oh yeah, the Lewis trim, bro. Nah, I love the... Dean, what was it like watching those films, knowing that it was the Lewis trim? Like, knowing, like, you know, having seen the meme that we used to post about Lewis's trim. What was it like seeing the films after that and having to, you know, see that every time? Imagining it was Lewis. Every fucking time you watch it. Love it. The things I would say the best things about the Amazing Spider-Man films for me is the chemistry between Peter and Gwen. Absolutely top notch. Like, I love the Holy trilogy with Toby and Kirsten and all that, but I can't lie, the chemistry between Andrew and Emma is fucking unparalleled in those films. Absolutely, every time you see them, you just feel like it's a, you know, they really do love each other. And I think that's the highlight for me of those two films is that. That's why I think Amazing Spider-Man 3 would have been a bit harder to sell, because obviously of what happened with Gwen at the end of the second one. I think it would have been harder to sell it in the third one. And maybe they realized it as well, and that's why they didn't bother doing it. But I also really love the action shots. I really love the swinging. The first-person swinging is really fun. I really love just in general, his swinging's a lot more... it's a lot more acrobatic, and it feels really, you know, it's really exciting to see him move like that. And that's obviously because of CGI being a lot better by that point than the first trilogy, they had a lot more options for stuff like that. And I still feel like the web slinging in those is still better than anything they've done in the MCU since. I mean, Peter doesn't really ever web sling in the MCU. Right? You don't really see him doing these like long shots of him swinging through the city. It's very small scale in comparison. And whereas I really loved the swing in Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2. Yeah, those would be my highlights of those, is the swinging and kind of just the general action and the chemistry. I also really liked Aunt May as well. I mean, I've always loved Aunt May, always. But I really liked Aunt May. And Uncle Ben, obviously Uncle Ben. I still prefer, you know, Raimi Uncle Ben, of course, but I did enjoy Aunt May and Uncle Ben in those as well. And I thought that I liked the villain choices, because I was worried that they were just going to redo the same villains, but they actually try to make different. They try to utilize different villains, and you know, having the Lizard and then having Electro. Although Electro being blue was definitely a interesting choice, but I do prefer the Electro. I prefer how Electro looks in Far From Home than in Amazing Spider-Man 3. I think having his like natural skin color is way better choice than having blue. Oh yeah, the Rhino was poor. I can't lie, Rhino was poor. I like the music as well. I still prefer the Raimi music. I'm not gonna lie, the Raimi music is still my favorite music because it's just iconic. But I did enjoy the Andrew music as well. It was different. It felt more like a younger Spider-Man, kind of the music that would kind of accompany him. Whereas those, like, I love when I love how the music plays with Raimi Spider-Man when Peter, you know, like let's say Spider-Man 2, when Peter puts back on the suit and he's Spider-Man again, and he's swinging through the city, and you see the reflection of Spider-Man, you know, swinging through the city in Doc Ock's eye. That when the music plays, then that gets your heart pumping. So yeah, it's one of those things where I like both of the tracks, both of the scores, but it's one of those things where, like, for me, a lot of stuff, yes, the Raimi series does better, but there are some things I do think is done better in the Amazing Spider-Man, and also how Spider-Man talks. I love the way he talks in Amazing Spider-Man. I always feel like Tobey's Spider-Man is a little bit more quiet, which I think makes sense for Tobey's Spider-Man. I think, you know, Tobey's Peter is very different to, you know, Andrew's Peter. So I like that it is different. I wouldn't want to see Tobey's Peter talking like, you know, Andrew's Peter does. I can't see Tom Holland's Peter being too... I mean, although he has got some good... He's got some good... He does... You know, in that fight in Civil War, to be fair, he was quite funny hearing him talk to Cap and all that. But I can't lie. Like, I look at Tom Holland and I'm like... I just don't see him, like, being as deep as some of these other Spider-Mans. Oh yeah, have a good one. Yeah, Danny Elfman's score is insane. Yeah, but I like all those films, to be honest with you. Again, the only one I don't particularly love is Far From Home. I'll tolerate Homecoming. I love Far From Home, even with all its flaws. I love Far From Home. But No Way Home, sorry, No Way Home. I love No Way Home. I enjoy Homecoming. I can deal with Homecoming, but Far From Home is the one Spider-Man film I'll never love, and so that film is a once in a decade watch for me, I think. Best scene Andrew Spider-Man was when he fake sneezed and webbed his cock to the fucking wall. Yeah, that set up exactly the kind of Spider-Man that Andrews is. It set up completely how his Spider-Man is, the mentality he has. It's very different. I couldn't imagine Toby doing that outside of maybe the dark era, the emo era, the symbiote. And this is why I really wanted to see Andrew get the symbiote, because Andrew with the symbiote could be deadly, bro. I mean, Andrew says in No Way Home that he stopped pulling his punches for a bit, and I can only imagine the kind of shit he did, because Peter not pulling his punches, he could kill people really easily. Even superpowered people he could kill. I mean, there was a run in the comics where Doc Ock gets, he basically transfers his consciousness into Peter's body, and he hits a villain. I think it was it Scorpion or something like that? He hit them and he broke their jaw off. And he's like, shit, like he realizes how much Peter holds back. And I'm like, yeah, that's nuts. Like, I could see Andrew, if Andrew had the symbiote, bro, he'd actually be dangerous. Yeah, like, that happens. Some people are speculating that might happen in Spider-Man 3, the game, and I hope not. I hope not. But that's what happens in one of the comics. And that's, I believe he's called the Superior. Basically, you know how, like, Doc Ock has a fucked up body?
I'll take care of the LSPD.
And he's like aging. He's got, like, usually he's got, like, fucked up body parts that, like, failing him. That's why he transfers himself into Peter's body, because it's not dying. It's not getting worse. And Peter ends up in a dying Doc Ock body and dies, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, he becomes Peter basically, and then he realizes, yeah, Peter's really holding back. So he ends up becoming the Superior Spider-Man, I think that's his name. And some people are speculating that's what's going to happen in Spider-Man 3 because of what happened with Doc Ock at the end. He's like, he's got a big plan in Spider-Man 2. His plan in Spider-Man 3 is going to take over Peter's body. But I don't know how that will play, because I think people would hate that. I would hate it. I don't want to see, Peter die or that happen to him. I think that's too comic booky for my liking. But yeah, so that just shows how strong Peter is. Like, Peter holds back a lot, even with people that he hates. He holds back a lot, because he could kill them really easily. It just shows how strong he is. Like, it really does show how strong he is. I mean, he's got the strength of a spider, hasn't he, in a way? Which I think is also very impressive, because there's a scene in Spider-Man No Way Home with Tobey and Tom Holland's Spider-Man, where Tobey shows he's actually stronger than Tom Holland's Spider-Man. And it looked, for me, quite easily stronger, like not just a little bit stronger, but I get the vibe from when I see it that Tobey's Spider-Man is significantly stronger at the moment than Tom's Spider-Man. Like, just in pure, like, strength. Which is insane, because, yeah, it makes you think how strong Tobey Spider-Man could be if, when he was a symbiote, and when, if he ever let, go and control that. It makes you realize just how much he's holding back at times throughout the story. And mind you, that's also like a 40-year-old Spider-Man at that point. So he's older, so his body's probably, not in his prime anymore. But his experience is way higher, and he's got a lot more, I imagine. He's a lot better at, like, fighting than he would have been when he was younger. So yeah, that's a dangerous combination, bro. Like, Tobey's Peter now in No Way Home, absolutely dangerous. Absolute menace. It's so good that he's not on the bad side, because I would not want to be on the bad side of Tobey's Peter. I'm actually really excited for you to watch No Way Home, Dean, because I think you'll really enjoy, like, Andrew and Tobey's interactions. I think you'll really, really enjoy. I think you'll be fine with Tom's. I don't think you'll love Tom's Spider-Man, but I think you'll be okay with it. Tom's Spider-Man's actually alright in No Way Home. Well, the second half, anyway. Tobey was still holding back when he fought Harry. Oh, yeah, like, 100%. I know Harry had the serum. But yeah, Toby would have been holding back 100%. Toby could have killed Harry really easily if he wanted to. Like, all he has to do is just let go one proper punch. It doesn't have to be like you could tell, like, if he had wanted to, if he had hit Harry hard properly, he probably would have just, I mean, I don't know, I would honestly say that Spider-Man probably could knock his, like, completely smack his, like, head off if he wanted to. There's a Spider-Man story of Kingpin assassinated Aunt May after Peter reveals identity. Yeah, no, yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, like, there's some things that push Peter to the edge. Like, Peter's a very nice, good person. But there are some things that will push him to the edge. And yeah, he 100%, he could probably murder a lot of people if he wanted to. Like, he's insanely strong. I know that the movies kind of underplay him a little bit, I feel. Like, we see it in Civil War, where him and versus Cap. Like, Cap is supposed to be what, like, the perfect human, the perfect 100% human, you know, and all that. Like, maximize human potential. And there's a scene where he's fighting Cap, and Cap overpowers him. And I put that down to just experience more than anything. Like, Cap is just more experienced, way more experienced than Peter is, especially in Civil War. I mean, we are talking like a 15-year-old Peter at that point, so he's very unexperienced. But I do feel like in the movies, they definitely underplay his power a lot. You know? They really do. They really underplay it. Yeah, I think you'll really enjoy No Way Home, Dean, because you get to see a different side of Tom Holland's Spider-Man. You get to see a more like a more serious, I guess, side of Tom Holland's Spider-Man, and I think you'll just really enjoy Tobey and Andrew's contributions to it, and I think you'll probably enjoy that film. Imagine a serial killer Spider-Man. Yeah, that's fucked. I've always liked that there's been stories about different people that have donned the Spider-Man outfits and done bad stuff, but it never really... Yeah, like, imagine if you had, like, a proper, like, Peter Parker level, full-strength killer. There's very few times in, like, the MCU they really show off, like, what a full power, like, what someone with enough power could do if they went just fucking apeshit. I really wish they would do more of that. I think they're just scared sometimes to kind of go that far, but I would like to see it. Alright, do I ever do anything else? I sold my bunker, sold my nightclub, sold my, whatever this thing was, the acid. Done the time trials. I think I've done everything. Is this done in a taxi? No, I love, I love the potential that Spider-Man has, but they need to be more willing to go off, you know, the deep end with it, but I don't think they will. Especially not Spider-Man. They don't want to make Spider-Man in the MCU or anything like that, like, evil or, like, you know, kill people, because they obviously he's their bread and butter. Let's be real. Spider-Man is the most successful, like, hero on his own. Like, every Spider-Man film has sold buckets. Even Amazing Spider-Man has sold bucket loads of tickets. And No Way Home, and mind you, this was on the second year of the pandemic, when it was still kind of, you know, there was still a lot of issues going back to cinemas and stuff. No Way Home sold so well, it became, what, the third most successful MCU film ever, you know, behind only Infinity War and Endgame. You know? Like, Spider-Man is their bread and butter, and if they ever, you know, did anything that kind of, you know, fuck him over and turn him evil or something. I just think people, yeah, they don't want to risk that. They'll play so safe with him now, especially with all the rest of the series doing bad. Not very well in the cinema. I think that they're going to be very protective now of Spider-Man because they're worried about the rest of the properties. I mean, in some ways, I'm glad about that because I feel like, like Daredevil, for example, the new season of Daredevil, I think would never have been as good if they had been doing really well in the rest of their stuff. But because of the rest of their stuff kind of flopped in a lot of ways, like their Disney Plus stuff has flopped and a lot of their movies are not doing very well. I feel like that led to Daredevil being really, really good. So I have a very hopeful feeling that Spider-Man will be done well because of the fact that everything else is flopped. But they will probably play it safe and not do anything crazy. And I already know they're going to bring back Andrew and Toby again because I'm going to be real. I'm going to be completely real with it. I have a very sneaky suspicion that they're going to need as much money as they can get from this series because of how bad it's been doing in the last few years. And they're going to 100% push Andrew and Toby everywhere. And obviously Hugh Jackman, they're gonna shove him everywhere too because they're not gonna want to fuck up and not sell their their next stuff, their new stuff.
Man, all right. I've got some distribution work for you. Sending you the drop location now. Got a pilot coming in with a shipment. And
Yeah, the Doc Ock switching minds with Peter story was really good.
there's an off-road vehicle ready.
Superior Spider-Man and all that. So it's such a good
This pilot
series.
good, but man, for real, your skills make his look like ass. You spoil me, you know.
Where the fuck am I going? Over there. Oh, the black. I looked, but I think I was in the middle of saying something, so I didn't really pay attention. Let me see if I can scroll up. Why is it holding? It's withholding certain things. I'm not logged in anymore, apparently. Oh, that's annoying. I can't even see messages on my I'm not logged in anymore, apparently. So I can't even see, like, messages that get blocked. Lovely. Thank you. Directed by a guy who did Contagion and Oceans, and as mentioned, it's about agent who played by Michael Fassbender. Yeah. The young Magneto. Although he's probably the right age now to play Magneto if he wanted to, like older Magneto. Well, no, not old Magneto, but they could do like a more appropriate age Magneto. His duty to his country. Oh, that's cool though. I like that. So the wife is basically maybe a traitor, and he has to decide between love and country, huh? That's a tricky one. Would you pick someone you loved over your country if you were a real hardcore patriot to your country? If Rebecca came out to be a Russian agent, would I still love her? No, actually, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I would fucking disown her so quick. My love does not extend enough for that. I'll love many flaws in someone, but I don't think I could forgive someone being an agent of another country that's out to get mine. That if I was in that film would just be over. The film would just end at the beginning. Or end whenever I find out. I find out that Rebecca's a traitor. Boom. She's a traitor to my country. Boom. It'd be funny if she came in the stream as I said that. It has happened before, actually. Sorry, not sorry. I'm happy to forgive a lot of things, but I don't think I could forgive that. As much as I don't love this country sometimes, I don't know, I just feel like some things I couldn't forgive. That's one of them. Oh yeah, I was. That was it, Dean. I was chatting about some other girl, and then she makes an appearance. Rebecca has a habit of knowing like when I'm saying something about her. Oh, I need to pick it up. It sounds like a cool movie, though, to be honest with you. Like, that's definitely a cool movie. Like, some people... I think that's a really interesting story that, I'm actually kind of intrigued to see what they would... How he would deal with that. And speaking of him, didn't he take, like, a break from acting for a while, and he's kind of back, so... In which case, good for him, he's a good actor. She does have a spidey sense, actually. It's kind of scary. You board the helicopter in the Titan. Bro, I can't lie. That helicopter has replaced the cargo bob for me. And the Titan's just fun to fly around and blow shit up here and there. He took a 4-year hiatus. Why did he do it? Was it to look after his children or something? I really would like to see him come back as Magneto. I really want to see him come back. I really like him. I didn't think I would like the younger... When I first read about it, about the younger versions of the mutants, I didn't think I would like it that much. But I'm not going to lie. After watching the films, I was like, damn, I actually really like these guys. I actually really love them. I'm so glad that I did my, that I went through and watched all the X-Men related films. Before the inevitable X-Men MCU versions. He did it to do sports car racing. What the fuck? That's great. Of all the things he could possibly end up doing, sports car racing. Fucking sports car racing. Oh, that's crazy. I mean, why not, I guess? If he's successful in his acting career, he might as well have a bit of fun. Wait, I got paid 80 grand for that? What the fuck? Ayo? 80 grand for a easy mission like that? Is that like a first time thing, or is that like... Is there like a time limit on it? I guess there must be a time limit how many times you can do it, right? The fuck?
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, there's a delay. Oh, I was gonna say 80 grand for that in free roam.
There you go.
That's nuts. Well, if you want an easy mission to do for easy money very quickly, yeah, you go 80 grand. He drove for Porsche. Oh no, don't tell Gaz, he hates Porsche. I love whenever someone mentions Porsche, doesn't matter what the context is, Gaz will be like, Porsche is shit. I'm like, why is Porsche shit? He says, I don't like them. I'm like, why? So is that why it's shit? He goes, yeah. I'm like, why do you not like Porsche? He says, because they're shit. Why do you think they're shit? Because they are. Oh god, I love him so much. So whenever I hear the word Porsche, I always think to myself, I always think, oh god, Gaz is gonna tell us how shit they are. Why are they shit? Because they are. Oh, I love Gaz. But good for Michael, you know, good for him. He's doing well. Really good actor. You customizing your new vehicles there, Dean? I'm looking forward to GTA 6's customization. I'm really excited to just get a car and just drive around in it, customize it, make it my own. Love it. Appreciate it, because that's my one mode of transport. I'm not gonna lie, I think with GTA 6, I might not... You know what? I might just stick to one vehicle for GTA 6. Like... One thing I've learned from GTA 5 is I don't really care about owning loads of vehicles. Loads of cars, that is. I mean, I have a load of cars, and I never use most of them. So I think with GTA 6, I'm probably just going to focus on one car and then just keep it and upgrade it. And hopefully there's a good customization system so we can upgrade the engine and stuff like in, say, I don't know, Gran Turismo used to do, or Forza or whatever. You know, we can upgrade them. You're only driving one car, then movie. It's legit though. It's like, you know what though, Dean? I don't know. Do you feel the same way as I do? Where like there's like, it feels more personal. It feels more like special because it's like it's like the one car you drive. It's your favorite car at the time, or you know, potentially forever. And it's just, you go everywhere with it. It's your like, it doesn't matter what the adventure is. It's your car. Like that's how I feel. Like I've just been like that a lot when I think about, you know, playing GTA 6. I'm just like, I just want to have one vehicle that it's my car, you know? I don't know, I just feel that it's nice in a way, because it feels more lifelike, because in real life, you're not going to have loads of cars, you know, especially early on. And I like the idea of just having one car, and that's your car, that's, you know, that's it. It's do or die with it, you know. That car fails, that's your lifeline. That car dies, that's it, you're fucked. And I hope with GTA 6 that the damage doesn't just disappear, because I would love to have it where you need to keep it maintained. You need to go to the you know, garage, get it tuned up. If you don't tune it, if you don't keep it looking good and driving well, it's gonna become bad. Maybe it can rust. Maybe if you don't keep, you know, maybe even just simple things like oil. You've got to keep the oil topped up, otherwise the car can burn out and fuck up. That'd be cool. Some consistency. How's the new DLC? Well, the Oscar Guzman missions, they're pretty good actually. I didn't like the first part of the DLC in December. I didn't like the agents, the sabotage part, but this is pretty good. This is definitely the better half of it. Your favorite performance from him is in a film called Shame. He plays an executive guy who's addicted to sex. Yeah, you know, yeah, unique thing that. I'm sure there's not many executives out there with an addiction to sex. And he's got a world war of conflict going on inside him. That does explain why it's called Shame. You might just fully stick to the V12 and buy a Baller and have that as an SUV to drive. Yeah, legit. That's honestly, Dean, I honestly think the best part of GTA 5 was when you only had one garage. I know a lot of people will say, fuck that. And I know if my younger self would have said, fuck that. Because I remember being back then saying, bro, I wish we had more garages. I hate only having 10 cars. But you know what? I can't lie. As time's gone on, I genuinely miss that. I miss that you've got to think and pick cars that make sense, whether it's because it's the best in class for a certain, you know, racing type, or it's, you know, it's something you love and you really want to have. But every car felt special because it was your car and you could only have 10 of them. And it felt so special because you had to kind of pick and choose. But now with so many vehicles, once you get past maybe 30 cars, you never have time to drive them all, and going to driving them is a pain because you got to either call them out or you got to go to the garages. It's a real fucking pain to do, and so you kind of lose that. You stop using them. Whereas when it was just 10 cars, you always went to that one garage, and you always picked a car from that garage when you came out. So when I'd start the game up, I'd go downstairs, and I had those 10 cars, and I always picked one car, you know, that I wanted to drive. You know, sometimes I'd be like, oh, you know what, I feel like driving the supercar today. Sometimes I'd be like, oh, you know what, I feel like driving the SUV. I feel like driving my the Baller and going around and, you know, yeah, like, that's how I felt. It felt great only having 10 cars. And now I just feel like, yeah, we just have too many fucking cars. And so I don't really appreciate any of them. And so I really do miss that. There you go. It's directed by the guy who did 12 Years a Slave. Unfortunately, I've never seen 12 Years a Slave, but I heard it's good. What a beautiful sunset, though. Look at that. That is stunning, isn't it? It's too depressing. Yeah, I can imagine. Isn't that the film where some Don gets like he gets kidnapped or something? He gets taken and then he ends up getting sold into slavery. Wasn't like a free man and then he got sold into slavery in America? Oh, that is absolutely stunning, by the way. That sunset. Wow. GTA 6, bro. Oh, I can't wait. Oh. I love that about GTA 5. As long as you land on your wheels, you don't die. I wish it would just fucking explode. Wait. It's played by Mordo, really? Oh, no way. Fucking Mordo. I love Mordo. I kind of want to watch it, you know, like that movie, when I have a chance. Because it does sound interesting. I mean, unfortunately, it's a film that, you know, in real life happened a fair bit, so yeah, it's sad. But I have heard really good things, so I'll definitely get around to it one day. This car is mad. So good it managed to knock both of them back. I can't lie, yeah. I'm gonna have to play GTA a lot more in the next couple of weeks and months because I really want to hit 1500, level 1500 before GTA 6 comes out. Once they announce the release date of GTA 6, that's it. I'm gonna have to start grinding. Unless if it's like announced for next year. If they say, oh, it's coming out fucking October 2026, then I'm just going to cry and then not bother. But if they announce it comes out later this year, bro, I'm going to have to get on here every day and just grind. Heists, back-to-back heists, bro. Back-to-back heists, doesn't matter. That's it. Every day, back-to-back heists. Kai Preco grind, casino grind. Hell, even OG heist grind. 150 for a ball. That's not bad at all. It's poor Don. Oh, missed that. I missed it at point blank, but...
Come on, let's keep it moving.
I remember back in the day, I got a taser from one of the... You know how you could, like, go into certain missions and get tasers online? You could bring the taser back into free roam with you. And I remember I used to do that with Gaz, and I got him on a yacht with the taser. And because the taser wasn't like this one, where it's got a really slow regen, it was like the single-player taser, which was really, really quick regen. You could tase Gaz over and over again in the corner, and he couldn't get away because you were just stun locked. He couldn't get away. Because as soon as he got back up, I had the taser back to full again. So I just kept tasing him over and over and over again for about 10 minutes in the corner of the yacht. And he was on mic with me because we used to be in pi all the time. He was like, stop. He was like laughing. Like, stop. And then he'd be laughing over, you know, Gaz would always laugh like the best way to explain it, he was like, laugh like, you know the Velociraptors in Jurassic Park? You know in the beginning in Jurassic Park 1 where like the Velociraptors are trying to get out of that little box? And it grabs one of the workers and it's like screaming. That's what he sounds like when he laughs. When he's really, really, really laughing. When he's really, really happy and excited. He sounds like that. And yeah, he just kept laughing over and over again. I kept tasing him for like 10 minutes. It sounds scary. It is. At first it sounds scary. But yeah, he does sound like that. It's not quite as loud and intimidating, I guess, imposing, but... Yeah, it's just funny. The way he sounds when he laughs. It's just like proper. It's like a proper screech. It's great. I love him. And that's how I always used to say, like, guys, you laugh like a velociraptor. And he'd be like, no, I don't. No, I don't, pussy. I love Gaz. I wish I could play with him more, but he's always off when I get on. Oh. Oh, Dean's got the new baller, yeah? It's not got a coffee cup in it, yeah? Oh, that's good, because sometimes they put coffee cups in these. Oh, no. No, that's a foot. That's a foot. I was going to say, imagine... I thought that was a coffee cup then. It's a foot. But now, Gaz is great like that. And I just kept tasing him over and over and over again. He couldn't do anything about it. That was back when you could get the taser out. Of those other missions. What the fuck is going on? The way it was just moving the camera like that's weird. All right, we'll watch Dean do his little customizations to his car, and that'll probably be it. Get some sleep. I can't lie though, I was hoping that Rockstar would put something good on for tomorrow, but also today, I guess, we could play tomorrow, but there's nothing on I really care about. So I'm probably gonna play Fortnite tomorrow because I heard that they've put a new thing in to do. I'll probably play Fortnite, but it's been fun playing GTA. I think I've played what for 3 or 4 days now. Last couple of streams, so I've really enjoyed it. I do miss it. I really do miss it, but it's just. It's so long between, you know, updates sometimes. And the next major update, what, it's going to be later this year, isn't it? Like June-ish? I hope that we get... I know that they said they're putting some new modes in and stuff, hopefully in the next couple of weeks and months, so that's good, but... Yeah. June is probably the next major update, so... Bit of a wait. Will we get the GTA announcement before... the next update? That's my question, because it's fucking March now and we still have not seen the second trailer. Fucking March. So either Rockstar is going to do a short release, you know, like a short marketing thing this time, like they're gonna release the second trailer and then go straight to releasing it 6 months later, or they're going to end up saying, yeah, it's coming next year. So I guess we'll see. You're gonna have this and the V12 as your main cars. Yeah, it's a good choice, bro. I wonder what main cars... You know what I'm really excited for? What are the main cars we're all going to pick in next GTA? What are our first car choices? What are we going to pick as our first car? And what are we going to pick for our first main car? The one that we then stick with for a bit. I'm going to have to get everyone's cars and take pictures of them and have like a car show or something. Like one of the first things we'll do on GTA 6 is once everyone's got like a car they like, we're going to have to take a car show, get pictures of them, and then we got to come back, say, 2 or 3 months later and see if any, you know, what people are doing then. Have they upgraded their cars? Have they changed cars? You know, what are their plans? What changes? And I'd love to do that because it'd be really fun to see how everyone's come along since, you know, the beginning. Like the first day we're online and we have no issues and we can all get on together. And I also want to do the same thing for pictures. I want to get everyone on and have like a picture, everyone together. Maybe not on release day, because not everyone's going to have it on release day or like online on release day. Not everyone's going to be able to get on. And not, you know, either because of internet or work or whatever. But I want to get on within the first week. And I want to get everyone together and just take a picture, a group photo. And then I want to come back again in you know, maybe 3 months time and another group photo. And then I want to do like maybe 6 months and then the year anniversary of the first one. And that, I want to do that every year. I have like a group photo on the same day every year to see like how people come along and stuff like that. What game group pick? GTA 6, bro. Don't worry, it's not happening yet. It's GTA 6 that we're going to do it. But I'd love to do that because I love when people have photos. You know, people like groups of friends have like photos in like school or whatever, at work, whatever they want. And then it's really, you know, you see them kind of come along over the years. I want to see the same thing because we've been playing this game. If I had known this game had been going on for so long, I would have done that in GTA 5. First, you know, 2013, every year, take pictures. And then all the way up, you know, 2018 when I first started streaming, and then kept doing it. 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. We would have had like, what, 5+ years, 6 years now of pictures of the stream. And I have pictures of various different things we've done on stream, but not of like a group photo of all us together. I guess we have done car shows together, but like, you know what I mean? Like one big group photo where we're all together, just chilling. You wonder if we'll get any new regulars? Very possible, yeah. It's very, very possible. Once we start grinding money again, that's when everyone comes in. Because they're all wanting money. That's the issue, is that once we're making money again and people are like figuring out how to make money, I think people will want to come by for that. And I also think when we do LTSs or modes, you know, whatever modes there are, or, you know, whatever, I think there'll be people who want to do those as well. Because like the first streams I did were all LTSs and people flocked by because so many people wanted to do LTSs with us. So I'm hopeful that we can do the same thing in GTA 6 and yeah, get some new regulars. It's interesting because like there's people out there that may one day be regulars that we don't even know about yet. Like we have no idea they exist in this world, but one day they're gonna, you know, in 2 or 3 years time they may be a regular that we are talking to all the time. I've had that thought about many things. Like when I was younger, I used to think to myself, you know, is there someone out there like a girlfriend out there that I will have one day? Like, am I gonna have a girlfriend one day? You know, I was hopeful. Thankfully, it did happen. But you know, it's like that. It's like, where's my future girlfriend or my future wife? You know, and I used to think that when it's a bit deep to think about when you're like 8 years old. But I used to think that I was like, you know, is like a future girlfriend out there? You know, what's she doing? Is she even, you know, what's she doing at the moment? Is she at school? Is she, you know, chilling? Whatever. What, you know, what's she like? Does she like playing games? Does she like, you know, playing fucking hopscotch? I don't know, because you know, I was 8 years old. And I used to think about that, like, and then, you know, is she out there? Where is she? What's she doing? You know, to think that like she's living a whole life without me. Like Rebecca was living a whole life. She lived a whole life without me before I even knew her. She lived a whole life, you know, doing different things. And yeah, like it's crazy. You've done that as well, have you? Yeah, like, you know, that. Yeah, like 100%, bro. It's one of those things I think a lot of people do. And I've thought about it when I was really young. Then I thought when I got older, and I was like, you know, is there a wife for me? You know, because I wasn't really into the whole wife thing at one point. I was like, I'm just gonna be single or maybe have a relationship. And that's about it. I'm not really into the whole marriage thing. And then I started getting older, and I was like, you know, is there a wife out there? Is there someone? You know, what's she doing? So I wish sometimes I could go back to my younger self and be like, yeah, you know, there is you know, someone that you're going to really get on with in a really deep level, and she's out there. But then knowing me, I would probably check up on her, and then that would probably lead to it not happening. You know what I mean? Because you'd be checking social media to see if you can find your future wife that you find out about, but then that would probably lead to you not actually ending up with them. So you'd probably just have to leave it. But yeah, like that's a person that lives a whole life. And same thing with friends, you know, there'll be people you meet in the future that at the moment are just living their own complete different lives. You know, there's someone you might meet when you're 50 that's lived 50 years of a life that before you even met them. And I've thought about that as well with kids as well. If you have kids or, you know, grandkids, one day there's potentially people that you end up being, you know, like when you think about your grandparents, right? They lived a whole life before you were born, right? They lived the whole life. They had, you know, they had their own, you know, grandparents, their own parents, their own friends, their own, you know, whatever. They lived the whole life. If they were like 50 something or 50 when you were born, 55, 60, they lived 50, 60 years before you were born. Like that's nuts. That's fucking nuts. Like they lived the whole life. They lived double the age of me. They lived double what I'm currently. I'm 30 now, right? But they, you know, let's say if you become a grandparent at 60, they've lived the whole twice of what I am. Before you were born. So, you know, you think to yourself, you know, you feel, you know, really you're a small part of their life when you think about it. You're just a tiny blip on their life. And the same thing is true now. You know, you're think, you know, there's potentially great grandchildren, grandchildren you've not met yet because they're not alive. That might exist in you know, 30 more years. You know, I'm not gonna have children. I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna have children. We've talked about it, but I just don't think we're gonna have children, me and Rebecca, because it's just the world is fucked, and I'm not bringing a child into this world. But you know, I've thought about that. Like, you know, if there's like a, you know, if I did have kids, you know, then one day there's a grandchild that I will only, you know, I'll only know for a few years in my total life. I'll have a whole life. What, bro? This Don is like, I am trying to, bro. Nah, this Don, bro. This Don's treated like it's a fucking job. He's like, yeah, I'm trying to have a kid. Like, bro, this Don. But at the very least, I have a niece, and I'm probably gonna have other, you know, nieces and nephews at some point. I know that my sister, my younger sister, she's really wanting children. She's having like baby fever and all that, so she really wants children. So she probably will have children. So I'll have probably nephews and nieces there. And then I've got my niece at the moment with my other sister, so that's nice. But yeah, you think about what your grandkids might become when you're gone. Yeah, legit. Yeah, I've thought about that. Even though I won't have kids, most likely, I still think about stuff like that. You know, what are they going to do and how they're going to, you know, and then obviously their futures and what they'll potentially, you know, their relationships they'll have that, you know, it's just crazy to me. It's just crazy. It's so hard to comprehend these things. You have a niece and you have a nephew. Is it Ayuso? Yeah, Ayuso's the one. Let me scroll back up. Do you think the gold diggers won't be around that much past a while? I hope not. Yeah, I hope the gold diggers. I mean, I know that there'll be loads of gold diggers on GTA 6. Anyway, I mean, we still get gold diggers on GTA 5 coming here and there, but I hope that we get more like mature people like that, because the problem is a lot of the people that come by for GTA 5, you can tell they're very young and they only give a shit about making money, and they don't give a shit about anything else. So I hope that we get more people who are a little bit more mature, and actually want to have like the connection, build a, you know, a bit of a community there, get involved, hang out, you know, help people, and all that, rather than people that just like give you money. Because I think that's the best thing about this community at the moment, is that everyone who's currently here, I think, is fairly, you know, reasonable. It doesn't just take advantage. I don't think anyone here takes advantage. You know, the last person I think who took advantage was probably at least 3 years ago now, 3-4 years ago. So that's nice. And everyone seems to want to help and, you know, just have a good time. You know, so I'm hoping we get loads of that in GTA. That's something I really want to see in GTA 6. I'd love to build up the group to at least, I'd like to get like another, you know, 6 or 7 core people that we're just very, you know, very, you know, close to in a sense of a community, and then we can like, you know, do things together and make money. And yeah, I would love to fill up like a game on GTA. I'd love it. That's my dream, is just fill up like a whole game of GTA, like a whole crew session, just sort of people who are just chilling, helping out. You know, people group. The problem as well is that a lot of times people come by and they join us, but they don't want to play with other people. Like they'll ask, "Can you help me make money?" or "Can you help me do something?" And then Yassine or Deem will offer, and they'll just blank them. And I get it, because obviously they don't. You know, I get it. If you're new, you're gonna probably, you know, you're probably gonna one of, the person you're talking to that you know more, me, I guess, because you're the one who, you talk to me more than you talk to other people. I get it, but at the same time, it's like Dean or Yassine will offer the help, and the amount of times that people just blank them, and I'm like, bro, like you're not gonna trust Dean and Yassine, who are like two of the most like trustworthy people on GTA, and who know, they would help you and they wouldn't screw you over, and yet you don't want help from them because they're not me. So many people are like that. Yeah, Jack was a perfect example. He was the one who really took advantage, and the way he talked to like Quartz and that, when I said, when Quartz was like, could you help me? Quartz asked me first, and then Jack was like, I was here, or whatever shit. Like, bro, shh, like, no, you don't owe me, Jack. Like, if Quartz, I known Quartz way longer than you, bro. I'm gonna help Quartz, like, and I was gonna help Jack afterwards, but he just got so mad at Quartz just for being there, and Quartz didn't play the game as much, so it was nice to play with him. So I don't know. I think that like some of these dons, they're so entitled and so they just want money. They just want money, and they just want people to do shit for them. But then they don't want to be helped by other people. They don't want like Dean, Yassine, anyone else helping them, even though that they're really good people that you can trust. So yeah, I hope that we can find people that will be willing to kind of work with each other. I'd love, that's my dream, is to see how like a full crew session where everyone's working together. There'll be little groups of people and little, CEOs, MCs kind of doing their own, whatever's available on GTA 6. I don't know what it will be, but whatever little groups there are, like see if there's a CEO system or whatever. I want to see people just kind of grouping up and doing things for each other, helping each other out. Someone needs to sell, hey, a couple people offer up, and then hop in, and then someone else needs to sell, and then I'm like, yeah, I can help you, and then a couple people jump up with them, and then someone else is over there doing like preps or something, and someone else is helping them, and that's what I want to see. That's the goal. And we've had moments where we've got closer to it, but we've never really built past like the core people that we trust, and I know like it's very difficult to find people that you can just trust not to fuck around and fuck with you, or just be entitled and expect you to do everything for them. And so, and then usually what happens is those people end up getting busy and end up, like Yassine, for example, perfect example of that. I love Yassine, but he's always busy now. He's just, it's just life, isn't it? So, yeah, it's difficult, it's very hard to find people that you can trust. And then on top of that, those people then are going to be busy at multiple times, at different times. And then yeah, so it makes it hard to kind of get enough people on at the same time. It's easy enough to get a bunch of people on that you don't necessarily trust, but it's hard to get a load of people on that you do trust who can do that. And I think that that's the thing as well, is that some people can end up being really trustworthy over time. Like look at Lewis at first. Everyone thought Lewis was a troublemaker at first, like everyone, and he got banned for a bit because he was a troublemaker. He really was. And then Lewis is now. I would trust Lewis really. I would really trust Lewis with anything on GTA. So, with some of the stories you hear before your time and the stream, you're happy you came along later, because some of them really were like, I'm not like, I would say they're even worse to Certain Man. Like Certain Man, other than just being really stupid with some things, I don't think was that necessarily that bad. I just didn't like some of the things he would say about people being degenerates and shit. It wasn't until like the whole Trump thing came that he really pissed me off. But these other people were really problematic people. Like they were like unlike Certain Man, they were proper problematic people. Like proper problematic. Like they were entitled. A lot of them, like they would just expect you to do the jobs with them, like no matter what. Like that's what that Jack guy was like. He would always expect you to do stuff with him. And me and Rebecca would always do the heist we would do the whole heist for him. He would only do the preps. We would do the finale. He would do nothing in the finale. He would just let me and Rebecca do it. And he would give us the minimum 15% for each, which is fine because it's it's his heist. But it's just the fact that we would do it every single day without fail, and he wouldn't really do anything to kind of pay back in a way. And yeah, he was just fucking entitled as shit. And in the way that he reacted to Quartz being helped was what kind of pissed me. What pissed me off was how he reacted to Quartz, because Quartz did nothing wrong. Quartz did nothing to hurt him or anything like that. And it's just the way that he said to Quartz, like, I was here, or I was here first, or whatever. And then like something else happened with Quartz, and he said something like, who are you or some shit like that. Like it just pretty pissed me off. So I was like, fuck this guy, bro. That's probably one of the most annoying dons I've ever met. I think to myself, what a fucking untitled bastard he was to speak like that. And he would never accept help from Dean or Yassine or anyone else. He would only ever do it from me and Rebecca because he wouldn't trust them. Just using. And then I kicked him out of the crew because he didn't fucking play with us anymore for like 3 months, and then he got angry at me. What a weird guy. Bro's hit that age where life actually starts. Yeah, Yassine's definitely hit that age, bro. He's in university. He's working as well. Yeah, bro's busy. I don't have any. I've got no anger or hatred or anything for Yassine. I love Yassine, bro. He's a great guy, and I wish him all the best. I do hope he comes back with GTA 6. I would love to play with him more, but I understand. I understand. I'm not gonna get angry or anything. I'm living his life. It's just more of a sadness thing than anything else. I'm just sad because obviously I miss playing with him, but. It is what it is. Everyone goes through those periods. Some people come back, some people get really busy for a while and come back, so I'm not gonna, it is what it is, we'll see. You're a bit of a kind of bit ago, but these people sound like they make me a small fry. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, you're not anywhere near that lot. Like them lot were, some of these people, like, yeah, I mean, like I say, if I thought that you were a genuinely a cunt, you wouldn't be here. That's as simple as that. Like, like I definitely realized I overreacted with you, and that's why. And then I kind of thought about it, and it was like yeah, and that's why when AF messaged me and all that, and I was like yeah, okay, I did think about it. I was like yeah, you know what, that's right. But these other guys, no, I don't think I've thought about a lot of these other guys a lot, and I don't think I overreacted with some of these dons. Like I just yeah. Some of these dons were so bad. There was one guy called J Slop, and he was just straight up like rude, and he was associated. We used to get a lot of people that would like stream, and they were kind of like trying to stream snipe or like shit like that. And one don was really fucked up racist guy, and J Slop was fine with that. He was like backing him, getting with him, like trying to stream snipe. We just said look, we just banned them, and that was it. We didn't want them to play with us, but he got really fucking like. He got really fucking like I don't know. It was just yeah. These dons are really bad. Like they a lot of them were fine with hanging out with like really racist people or homophobic people. There was one guy called Python, and his chat started coming in, and they were really homophobic, and they were like making jokes about being like really insulting jokes towards gay people. And I'm like, bro, like why would you want to associate with these dons? Like why would you want people in your street? Like I mean, you know me. If someone's homophobic, and it's just like completely out of the blue. I'll say like don't, and if they do it again, I'll just ban them. It's very rare that like with AF, for example, he was a bit here and there back in the day on some of these things, and I talked to him. I tried to talk to him about it, and I understand it was coming from a place of not of ignorance rather than maliciousness with AF, and that's why I've given AF a lot of leeway because I've tried to understand. But some of these dons, you can just tell it's not ignorance, it's just maliciousness. They just want to be assholes and just be rude about people. And so those people, basically I've said before, if you're maliciously homophobic or racist or something like that, it's not just like a place of ignorance, but a place of maliciousness. Yeah, I that's it. That's you're gone. I don't want to deal with you. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with people who are racist or homophobic and sexist and anything like that from a place of maliciousness. As if someone doesn't understand, maybe they don't understand why it's bad to think that way. And look at AF, like he has come a long way, and he's a lot more understanding now. He's a lot more understanding since, in the last couple of years. So I think it was right to let AF kind of, to kind of keep AF and talk to him, and it definitely did better than just like pushing him to the side. But some of these other dons, you can just tell they're not going to change. Have a good one, JB. Love you, bro. Are you still a petty bitch? Are you? To be fair, that was pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. There was some good parts of that. I can't lie. That's one of the reasons when I look back, I'm like, you know what? It is such a small thing in the grand scheme of things. It's like compared to some of the dons out there we've had, it's nothing. So it is what it is. I just realized like what a fucking. You know me. I just get very defensive about like people that I like. And so, Dean especially, like I really like Dean. I've always liked Dean since we first met Dean. as I'm very defensive, and especially towards Rebecca, I'm very defensive towards Rebecca. So that's one way to get me to fucking lose my mind is if someone says something to like bad to Rebecca. But I'm still very defensive to people that I like. So yeah, if that's one of the reasons I kind of I was like, yeah, it's one of the reasons I banned in the first place, because when Dean, you know, got, yeah, I just, you know what I mean, I get defensive towards people that I like. So, but obviously, when thinking back on it, you know, it ain't an issue, and you know, it was all kind of figured out. So Kasiga's a good case study. Went from hated by you to quite a bit. Yeah, Kasiga absolutely was a menace at one point. The things, like, he was really, I think, quite mean to AF to take AF's name that way that he did on Twitch, and AF, I could tell, was upset about it. But Kasiga's changed a lot. Kasiga's not that kind of person now, I don't think. And you know, he said the same thing to me. He's like, yeah, you know, it's, we, you know, he said to me that he's changed and he understands, you know, stupid what he did, and you know, it's just dumb fucking shit. And I said the same thing to him. I was like, yeah, you know what, fair. That's, you know, so. Yeah, see, it's you can tell, like, the kind of people who are actually not salvageable, they can't like see that, they can't admit, you know, like when they maybe went too far. I think that's the thing. Making mistakes isn't a bad thing. It's when you don't learn from those mistakes, or you can't admit that you made a mistake. That's when the problem is, you know. So, you know, same thing with Kasiga. I'll say the same thing. I made a mistake with Kasiga. I should have given him more leeway, and I should have, you know, wait. I was just so minded in the tether at that point. I should have given him more leeway, and I'm glad that I looked at him and gave him a second chance, because he's actually a really cool Don. Like, he's, you know, same thing with Lewis. You know, I had a bit of an issue with Lewis at one point because he was a bit immature, but then I actually am glad, because again, I let Lewis kind of come back and talk, and yeah, and in the end, they ended up realizing that, you know, it's actually quite calm. And Lewis still apologizes for that time as well, you know. Like, it's funny how we always like apologize, and whenever we talk about these old days, we always apologize to each other. But, you know, me and Lewis were like, yeah, you know, sorry about that, and then, you know, and he'll be like, yeah, I'm sorry about that. You know, we'll same with Kasiga. Me and him, you know, we'll be like, oh, sorry about that, and then you'll be like, yeah, sorry too, and it's quite funny. Kasiga is like, yes, Kasiga's like 17 or so now. He was like 14, I think, or no, he was younger. He would have been like 12, I think, when yeah, he would have been like 12 or 13. So it's understandable why he was like, you know, maybe a bit of a silly, sometimes saying some silly things and doing some silly things with AF. But no, they're both, as I said, I think people have, the key thing is as long as you can admit where you maybe made a mistake, and which I do admit I made a mistake on some things here and some things there, and I think that's important. But these other Dons who do these things, they would never admit it. They'll never admit it. You were creasing a voice chat to him. Yeah, bro, I hope he comes into, when we start doing those like 2 weekly voice call things where we're just going to chill for like an evening, we'll just chill and do anything. It doesn't even have to be together. We're just getting a voice chat and just have a hangout. I hope he comes by, because it'd be fucking hilarious. He gives off early 20s vibes to you. I think it's because Kasiga's very... He's got... I mean, if you listen to his voice, he's got a fucking deep-ass voice. I can't lie. When I first heard him, he had such a high-pitched voice. And then when he came back for the first time and I listened to him, I was like, what the fuck? This guy... Is this the same guy? Because his voice is so deep. So just from a perspective of a deep voice, he sounds old. Or older, but then also from just the way he speaks and writes, he does come across a lot older now. Yeah, he's very different from when he was young. It's funny actually how that works. You know, it's like he's aged more than he's actually aged. But if you spoke to Kasiga, you probably wouldn't pick up that he's 17. He genuinely doesn't sound 17, and he doesn't act like he's 17 anymore. Except he has this obsession with getting with girls. That's about it. But but I think that's one of the issues. I think that's why I'll be real. I don't think Brassy Sirman will ever be back, and the reason I say that is because I just do not ever see Brassy ever admitting that he is wrong with his with the way he view. Like, I know people say, oh, it's not right. There's not a right or wrong when it comes to views, but I can't lie. I don't give a fuck. When it comes to Trump, if you like him, he's a fucking idiot. If you like him, you're an idiot. I'm sorry. I can't forgive that. That man has done so much damage to this world, and he's going to do so much more damage. And I can't forgive that. You know what I mean? That's why I don't think he'll ever be back, because I'll never ever change my mind on that. Like, when it comes to how I view Trump and the kind of people that support him, I'm never going to change that view. Like, I'm always going to be like that, and I know he's not going to change that view either. So yeah, it's as simple as that. I don't think he'll ever be back purely because of that. And I know that I can just tell from him he'll never want to come back, because he'll never want to admit that he went and supported the wrong guy. He's not. I don't want to sound big-headed, but he's not that kind of person. Whereas I can admit that when I made a mistake on that, and I did support Trump at one point when I was younger, and I was about. I mean, not to say he could ever, but I just don't get the vibe he could change that. I don't think he ever will. I think he's just way too set in his ways with certain things, with things like woke and all that. I just don't see him ever adjusting that view. I think he'll just continue to go down that path of believing that shit and supporting that shit. And I don't see it ever changing. Whereas I'm happy to admit that I used to support Trump when I was younger. I'm an idiot for it. So that's the thing. I try to give him some leeway. That's why I didn't do anything about him too early on, because I was like maybe he'll kind of he'll kind of develop it. Maybe he'll learn. Maybe he'll kind of change his views over time, and he'll become more. Because obviously I went there. I was in that point once. Like, I was very conservative at one point, and if I can't say someone else, or you can't change, because if I came from that perspective, anyone could, in theory, right? I don't want to say to someone, oh yeah, you're lost forever, because then that would be hypocritical towards myself. But I just don't get that vibe with him. I just cannot get that. I've tried. I really did try to see, would he get it? But even when fucking Elon Musk did that Hitler salute, and even with everything that was happening, he never once wavered. He would just make up excuses about it being a Roman salute and all this bollocks. And I knew at that point, I fucking knew he's not going to change. He's going to be like that. And I was like, you know what? Are we going to be stuck with that for 4 years with some Don trying to, excuse that kind of shit? Because we may end up in a fucking war in the next couple of years. I'm going to be real. Like, I don't fucking know. Like, I'm just waiting for the day that motherfucker invades Canada. I'm just waiting for it. I'm just waiting. And I can just see the shit that he'll say. Oh, Donald Trump's he's just trolling. He's just trolling. He's not actually going to invade Canada. He's just whining at the libs. I'm like, bro, no. So I couldn't deal with it at that point. And that's what I think that was what pushed it for me, was seeing everyone else not liking it either. Like I was hoping for at least one person to say that they wouldn't want him to be kicked, just so that I would have like some perspective of someone else. Like, maybe there's some redemption there, but then not even AF gave a shit. You know what I mean? Like, not even fucking AF. Not one person, not one motherfucker voted to keep him in. And I was like, at that point, no one fucking liked him. If not one person can defend, or one person can say, yeah, you know what, don't do that. And I was already at that point where I was like thinking, this guy is actually a problem. So some man just work and some don't, and bro was just work. Yeah, I agree, Dean. Like, I've said it before as well. There's some people just work, and to be fair, he got on pretty well when it came to games and stuff. Like, you could always trust that he would make the right decisions in the games, and he wasn't like a pain in the ass to play with, but it was just his other stuff, bro. And yeah, like at the end, bro, I can't lie, I wasn't enjoying it. I honestly stopped streaming for a bit, like consistently, because I was just so tired of him and like having to deal with that shit. I was so tired, and the way he would kind of try to like get Caitlyn to kind of talk about Trump and all that, because Caitlyn obviously comes from a conservative background, but even she doesn't talk about Trump anymore. Whereas he was really trying to like egg her on, and I was just like, I can't be bothered. He comes across as he's posturing with everything, but you don't see him changing. Provocative for the sake of being, yeah, he's 100% that. I remember when he told me he used to kind of provoke people. He used to work as a bouncer. And he would try to provoke people into talking about Brexit And I'm like, bro, why would you do that as a bouncer? Like, why would you stand there as a bouncer and talk to people about whether they voted for Brexit or not? Like, what a weird thing to do. He was just trying to get a reaction from them. Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, there was some good things there, but I can't lie, like, yeah, I couldn't put up with it anymore at that point. I was losing a lot of interest in streaming because I knew that I would have to deal with him, and then that was it. And I just wanted, I already had a feeling that loads of other people didn't particularly love him, but I just put that poll up because I just wanted to see after like the whole Musk thing, and I think that was pretty much that. Like as soon as everyone put that vote, not one person, and especially after the Christmas votes as well, because that was before Musk did what he did, and people still voted for him to be like the biggest schmuck and stuff like that. So I already had a feeling people didn't, like, yeah. But that was it. When the poll went out and no one, not one person, not even AF tried to, and AF retries because you've seen him with Kasiga. Like AF and Kasiga had a really bad thing at one point, but they ended up, hashing it out, and obviously, AF was really instrumental with with me getting to look back on certain bands and stuff. So AF really does try, but even he didn't give a shit, and that said a lot to me when AF didn't give a shit. When even fucking AF didn't give a shit, bro. So you got tired of him the day you came back. AF and Kasiga, that's one of the reasons why Kasiga was banned, was he took AF's name on Twitch after saying like after being like, okay, I won't like argue with him anymore, and then he took AF's name and kind of like took it to kind of get to jab AF. That's why Kasiga got banned that time. Because again, I like AF. He even back then I liked AF, and I just felt really bad because he took AF's name for no good reason. It was just mean. It was just mean because how like on Twitch, if you take someone's name, it locks them out for 6 months. AF had waited 6 months to get his name back, and Kasiga took it from him, and he couldn't get his name back for another 6 months. It wasn't until a year later that he got his name back, and I felt really bad for AF, and that's why I said, Kasiga, you're gonna, I'm gonna have to ban this guy. But then AF actually went and started talking to him about 6 months later. He started talking to Kasiga, and they kind of got on it, and they were understanding. So yeah, AF is retries, but I think even AF didn't give a shit about that. Probably especially because of the I imagine degeneracy comments, because obviously bro would always go on about how people who watch anime are degenerates, and guess what? AF watches a lot of anime. Like AF watches a ton of anime. I always see him on fucking Discord watching anime. So imagine getting called a degenerate because you fucking watch anime. Like, what? It's fucking stupid, man. And that's, I think, yeah, like you've just abrasive. And I was thinking, like, could he come back? Like, if he, if he apologized, or if like, something was worked out, could he come back? But I just don't see it. I don't see him ever changing that. I'll be honest. I don't see certain man ever kind of coming to that realization of, hey, look, yeah, I shouldn't have been so supportive of a fucking Nazi in a server full of people who are LGBT. Like, we have a lot of people in our server. I don't know if it's above the average. I mean, there's a lot of people on our server who are open about being LGBT, right? I don't know if it's above average or what. I don't know, but it's quite a common thing, and it's quite common in our server. We have a lot of people that have either said it outright or have hinted towards it. And I just get so fed up because this Dom would literally talk about fucking Trump and shit like that in front of people, in a positive light, in front of people that are going to either be affected by him or people that will be affected by, who might be affected by people who are inspired by him. So, yeah, I don't think he'll ever come across. I don't think he'll ever come back and say, you know what? Yeah, I was wrong for that. I was wrong for being supportive of that kind of shit, and I shouldn't have done that. I don't think he'll ever do it, and that's why I just don't think I would ever see him. I don't, it's not even that I would prevent him coming back. I never banned him or anything, but I just don't see him ever trying again because of the fact that I think he'll never change that. I think he's just very much that mentality. That's it. I mean, bro had fucking Donald Trump pictures. He had him on Instagram, and his fucking Instagram photos of him standing looking at some fucking building in Canada, literally in the same post was Donald Trump pictures. I mean, who the fuck wants Donald Trump pictures? Like, I like Keir Starmer. I don't love him, but I like him. I don't want fucking Keir Starmer pictures on my Instagram next to my picture. That's fucking weird. Who does that shit? Who does that shit? So, I don't know, bro. Like, I looked at that and I was like, this Don is legit in that fucking... He loves that shit. And I was like, this guy is never changing. Even when I liked Donald Trump, I never once had Donald Trump as my fucking profile picture. Because I thought it was weird back in the day when I liked Donald Trump. And I was, I was supportive of that in the, in 2016. Even I never went as far as fucking thinking, yeah, it's normal to have pictures of your, profile picture as Donald Trump. Like, I thought that was fucking weird when people started doing that. I remember seeing other people doing that. I was like, what the fuck? Why would you want this fat... Well, I mean, I didn't think of him as a cunt, but I was like, why would you want some fat guy as your profile picture? Like, there's so much you could put as your profile picture. Why would you want this fat Don as your profile picture? So, I don't know. People are fucking nuts, man, to put that shit. AF's a great mediator. I'm not gonna lie. AF is fucking crazy for that. It's weird, especially considering his hatred for JB and his inability to work with JB, but yeah, he's a really good mediator for other people. You find it jokes he never was brave enough to chat shit about Dragon Ball. Bro, nah, I remember talking about that. It's like, I remember saying to him, like, bro, I watched anime, I watched Dragon Ball, and he's like, oh, but Dragon Ball's different. He's like, no, Dragon Ball, not Dragon Ball, exception's Dragon Ball. And I was like, why? I was sitting there thinking to myself, why the fuck would he give an exception to Dragon Ball? Like, why would he not be... I remember... I'm fucking speechless with this Dom, bro. Like, who the... That just gave it away to me. That just gave it away to me. He just didn't want to say anything because he knew that I would fucking unleash on him if he said some shit about Dragon Ball. Like, I don't care if you don't like Dragon Ball. I don't care if you think it's not, like, the best anime. I don't think it's the best anime, like, in terms of all the different things. I just love it because I love it. I love Dragon Ball. I think it's a very influential anime. It really helped push anime worldwide. And I think that it's a major component of the history of anime, obviously manga as well. But I'm not going to sit there and say, oh yeah, Dragon Ball's the best fucking anime in the world. Dragon Ball's fucking unbeatable. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing, there's no weaknesses in it. It has its weaknesses as well as its strengths. But just to say like, oh yeah, because you like Dragon Ball, you're a weirdo, or you like any anime, you're a weirdo. Yeah. So yeah, I don't care if you said to me, oh, I don't like Dragon Ball. Cool, calm. But I just knew he just imagine if he had said, yeah, like everyone who watches Dragon Ball is a fucking, or any anime is a weirdo. Even he knew he couldn't go that far. But then he was fine saying that about people like AF, and I always got very heavily implied that whenever he would say stuff like that, he would mean LGBT people. I just had that feeling whenever he would say that, like it just felt like a dog whistle in a way. Like he couldn't say he didn't like LGBT folks, so he would say degenerates who like anime, because a lot of LGBT folk do like anime. A lot of I mean, it's there's a lot of LGBT folk who love anime, and yeah, so I think that's what I think. That's how I felt like whenever he would say stuff like that. I was like, yeah, what he means is he doesn't like LGBT people. He doesn't like people being different. He doesn't like people not being, in his views, normal. But I don't know. I just think that's sad because yeah, like even if you don't like that stuff, even if you don't like LGBT folk, just keep it to yourself. Like, you don't need to fucking go on about degeneracy and how people who like certain things are bad, because just fucking keep it to yourself. No one's going to thought police you. No one's going to fucking go into your mind and go, oh yeah, you don't like LGBT folk? Fuck you, you're going to prison. Like, no one's going to do that shit. All these dons are the same. They go, oh, you can't speak your mind. You can't think differently. If you ever think differently, people will cancel you. And it's like, no one's going to cancel you for just thinking differently. What they're canceling you for, or more likely, not really cancelling, more just telling you you're a dick, is because you speak like a dick. You go out there and make it a problem. If you don't like a certain group of people, keep it to yourself. No one's going to give a shit. But as soon as you go out there and you start saying, oh, well, these people are degenerates, these people are evil, these people need to go to prison, whatever, then you start being a dick, and then that's when people are going to start saying you're a fucking dick. But yeah, but he was never brave enough to just say up like straight up what he meant, which is more pathetic in my opinion. I respect. I don't really respect, but I can. You know what I mean though? Like if someone says straight up says their hate of other groups, okay, fair enough. At least they're honest to your face. But people that can't do that because they're too fucking cowardly, so they do it. They say it to you. You know, they say it to the back of you. You know, you turn around and they say it. Those people are worse to me because they're too scared to just be honest about their hate, and it just comes across to me so cowardly and you know, kind of like snaky that you can't just be straight up honest that you don't like it. If he had just said to me, if he just came out and said straight away, look, I don't like LGBT folk because I think that whatever they do, I think that they're wrong or whatever. I would have still said to him, look, you're a fucking idiot. I would have probably said a lot of stuff like that. I'd have probably said you're a fucking idiot for that. But you know, at least in that case, I know who he is. But I always hate that I never got confirmation what he means, because he would always say stuff like, yeah, about, you know, degeneracy and you know, remember that girl that anime VTuber came across and he was like saying shit about her as well, and you know, whenever there's like anyone who's like even remotely different, he would always say, oh, you know, degeneracy. So I knew exactly. I 100% knew exactly. And you have to hate LGBT folk to a certain extent to vote for Trump or to support Trump. You have to. Just it's inherent. You can't say in one hand, I like the LGBT community and I support them at the same time as voting for someone like Trump. You just can't. And I'll say that as someone who supported Trump when I was younger. I supported Trump when I was younger, and I didn't like the LGBT community. I can say that because that's true. And so when I come from that, you know, people say, oh, you know, you don't know what, you know, this is the problem with a lot of right-wing people. They say stuff like, oh, you're just a lefty, you're just a liberal. You don't know what it's like. You're just making shit up. You don't know what it's like to be right-wing. No, I do, because I was right-wing for a very long time of my youth. You know, so I know what it was like to be, you know, conservative. I know what it was like to be hateful towards other people just because they were different. So I know what the fuck he's talking about. And that's why I say it's fucking stupid that when people like that say, oh, I don't actually hate LGBT. No, you fucking do. You know why? You know how I know? Because I was in that fucking position. And when people like Trump and people like that say stuff like, oh, we don't hate LGBT, we just want to protect our children or whatever, I know. I fucking know. That's not what they mean. Because I had the same fucking arguments. So... oh, it just, yeah. I could never prove it. That's the thing that really pissed me off. I could never prove it. Because he would never be honest enough. He would never just straight up say it. He would never once just announce and admit that he didn't like them. But I got that vibe every time. Every time he would speak about it. Every time I just had that vibe. I could just tell. But obviously you can't just ban someone for not, you know, he can, but you can't really just go and say, oh, you know, that, you know, they're even now I can't say outright that that's what he did. I can't make that claim because I can't guarantee. I can't say for sure that he doesn't. But my personal belief is that he doesn't like LGBT folk, and he would. That's why he would say what he would say about degeneracy. I get that vibe from him as someone who used to be in that camp. I get that vibe because that's the same bullshit that every other person in that camp would pull. Oh, no, I don't hate gay people. It's just blah, blah, blah. Or, oh, no, it's not gay people that are the problem. It's these people, blah, blah, blah. It's the same fucking bullshit they were pulling in 2016. And I fucking know that for sure because I was there. I fucking know. But then they always pull out, oh, well, you're just a liberal. You're just a liberal. You're just left-wing. You're just a lefty. Fucking no, bro. I'm not even that left-wing when you think about it. When you talk to me, you know I'm not even that fucking left-wing. But... they'll say that. They'll say that to me. And they never believe me when I say I used to be conservative. They never believe it. I remember having an argument with some Don, and he said, I said, yeah, I voted for Brexit. And he's like, no, you didn't. I was like, yes, I fucking did. I voted for Brexit. He's like, no, you didn't. I was like, yes, I fucking did. I know what I voted. I fucking put the X next to the yes. But these Dons will never believe you because they cannot, in their heads, comprehend that someone might turn from conservative to left or centralist left. I consider myself center left. What the fuck's my cat doing? Why is he meowing so loud? But yeah, that's the thing. Like they just can't comprehend it. So, but I honestly have more respect for people just straight up saying to me, "Yeah, I don't like that group." I have way more respect because at least then I know who they are. At least then I can say, "Well, okay, I disagree with everything you said, but I know who, at least I know who you are." But the ones who hide it because they're scared, like Elon pissing me off because he knows he's a Nazi. Everyone knows he's a Nazi, and instead of, he tries to backtrack on it, even though he did the fucking Nazi salute twice. He could just double down and say, "Yeah, I'm a Nazi, done." But he fucking backtracks because he's too much of a pussy to admit it. I hate people like that. They're almost always right wing because they're always the same. They're too pussy to admit who they are, and so they do this bullshit. Oh, I don't hate immigrants. It's just blah blah blah. Oh, I don't hate black people. It's just blah blah blah. Shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up and just be honest. You think 95% of the server like anime? So yeah, legit. No, everyone. I would say majority of people here like anime. I think there's only a few people in the server that don't like anime at all. I think most people here like anime. I think a lot of people in the server do watch anime. Like Joe watches anime and a lot. And yeah, like why should Joe get called a degenerate just because he likes fucking anime? And he didn't fucking back up anything. He voted to get rid of him too. I think loads of people just didn't like him. After everything that happened, especially with everything with Trump. If Trump hadn't won, I'll be honest, I think if Trump hadn't won, had Kamala won, I don't think he would have got kicked from the server, I'll be real. I think he would have gone on about it. He would have gone on about how rigged or whatever bullshit, but he would have probably stayed. But after Trump won, I think that was it. Everyone just got fed up with him. But yeah. So that's why I think he'll, to kind of go back to what the original point was, not everyone will come back. I don't think he's one who can come back. I don't think he'll ever admit. I don't think he'll ever be someone who can admit that he made a mistake, and especially with his views. A lot of people will never admit their mistakes when it comes to their views. They will never admit. Most people, they'll say, "Oh no, I was always this." So many people say, "Oh no, I was always a liberal." The amount of people that say, "Oh no, I didn't vote for Brexit." So many dons that I know voted for Brexit will say, "No, I didn't vote for Brexit. I voted against it." No, you fucking didn't. I know you voted for it because you told me. You were fucking cheering it on. But I'll always admit it. It's embarrassing as fuck. I always admit it though. I voted for Brexit. I was a conservative. I supported Trump. I'll admit it. It's fucking embarrassing as shit. I hate it. I wish I could go back and tell myself you're an idiot, but I always admit it. But I don't think he could. I think he'll never admit it. Even if he does suddenly stop supporting all that, maybe if Norway gets invaded by America, maybe he'll change his mind. But I don't think he'll ever admit. I don't think he'll ever admit that he did support it. He might change his mind and be like, "Oh no, yeah, fuck Trump. I'm a liberal. I've always been a liberal. I've always been left wing, whatever." But I don't think he'll ever admit that he was in support of Trump and then changed it. And that's the core thing is some people can admit these things and some people can't, and that's, I think, the core thing of how you stay here in this in the community is you have to be someone who's willing to admit that you were wrong at one point. And I think everyone here at the moment has been able to do that. Every single person who is a core member has been wrong at some point, but is open to admitting they've been wrong in the past. And I think that's what makes it stronger, because then you learn from that and you learn how to deal with that. Whereas so many people out there just, they can't admit they made a mistake in what they did or how they acted or whatever. You wouldn't be the person you are today if you, I mean, I suppose that's true. Like I do agree with that. But I don't know. I just think it's definitely made me stronger. But at the same time, I just wish I could take it back, because I think it's sad that I ever fell down that path. But I see why, and this is the thing. This is why. See, people say stuff like, I try to be open-minded, because I understand why so many people fall down, especially young Gen Z men. I see why so many of them fall down that path of supporting someone like Trump. And I know a lot of people say, "Oh, well, you got to think about why they do it. You got to think about why. Why are they like that?" and how can we change it? And I get that, because I agree to some extent that you need to think, we got to break these men down and figure out why the fuck are they like that, and how to change that. But I think also there's a large component of it is just that they're idiots. And I know some people say, oh, you can't say that. You're just dismissing them. You're just another liberal dismissing them. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I lived that. I had that mentality. And I'll tell you now, a lot of why I was like that was because I was an idiot. A lot of the reason I was like that was because I thought, well, I knew best. I was, I thought, fuck everyone else. I'm, who gives a shit about anyone else as long as I'm okay, which I think is pretty idiotic. So I don't know, like I'm of two minds of it. I do agree that we need to kind of approach this in a more compassionate way, but at the same time, I get very frustrated with these people, because I'm like, yeah, you're an idiot. I'm sorry. If you're, I'll happily call myself an idiot for how I was. I was a massive idiot at the time. I really fucking was. I'm still an idiot now. I'm not going to pretend I think the worst thing people can do is when they say, oh, I'm not stupid, I'm smart. The worst thing you can say is you're smart, because if you're smart, the really smart people out there know they're not perfect, and they know they don't know everything. But the dumbest people out there are the ones who think, oh, I know best. And they're not able to kind of. It's like with vaccines and stuff. I know very little in the way of how vaccines work, right? I only know basic stuff. I know GCSE level biology, but I don't go, oh well, I know better. I go, you know what? I don't know anything about vaccines, but I trust the people that do. I trust the people that have studied all their life to become, people who work with vaccines and all that. I trust them, and that's fine. That's how you should be. There's a lot of things I don't understand, but I give them, I leave that to the people that do. So I still think I'm an idiot now to this day. As much as like my family members and stuff will say, I hate them. I'll be like, oh yeah, no, I'm an idiot with this, and they'll say, no, you're not an idiot, you're smart. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Look, it's not about what I know, it's about what I don't know, and how the fact I want to improve that. But they don't get it. But I especially think when I was younger, I was very much an idiot. I was a bigger idiot. I'm a smaller idiot now than I was then, but I'm still an idiot, if you know what I mean. I'm like, I went from being like 100% idiot to being like maybe 90%. I've improved, but I'm not there yet. Never will be, I'm sure. But yeah, it is good though. Yeah, you can definitely try to teach it, but the problem is they won't listen though. Like I'll be honest, when I was in that mindset, I wouldn't have listened, bro. I'll be real. Like people told me, you need to look at it more objectively and see. And I remember people saying that, and I'd be like, no, you're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. It's very difficult, and that's why I call these people idiots, because they'll never accept it. They won't listen. They'll never listen. It took me I had to get out of it myself. I had to see and realize why he wasn't who he was. The reason I switched away from Trump is because I started realizing what he was. I started hearing. I remember all the things that he had said, and all the things that people said that he was. And I remember seeing his actions and thinking to myself, that's nothing what you said. He would do something that he would say something, then just do something else. And I'd be like, but bro, that's not what you said. And then I started realizing, I started putting two and two together. I was like, this Don is fucking lying. This Don is just bullshitting us. And then I just, I supported him in 16. And then by 18, I went in 17, I switched from conservative, / I guess UKIP to Liberal Democrat. And then by 18, I was Labour. And now I kind of shift back and forth between Lib Dem and Labour. It only took me a very short period of time to realise what he was. And that's what upsets me, is that people have had, 8 years to know what he was, and they still don't. So I'm sorry, but at that point I have to kind of call them idiots. It's so obvious what he is. And that's the thing, though. I mean, you shouldn't necessarily, push people away. Like I've had people say to me, "Oh, you can't be redeemed because you did something stupid, and so I'll never like you," and that's fine. I mean, I think it's silly. I always say, like, we should be open to people from other sides coming over, because when they realize, we shouldn't judge people necessarily. I mean, yeah, everyone's an idiot at some point, right? So I'm not going to judge someone for realizing who Trump is and then switching over to my side or whatever, or, whatever. So I don't know, because obviously I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't support that. But I mean, at the same time, I don't get annoyed when people say stuff like, "Oh yeah, you fucked it," because I'm like, yeah, I did fuck it. So Yeah, I can see both sides on that one. My grandma's one of those loud, I know best types, and yeah, conspiracy theorist type. Yeah, legit. Those kind of people you'll never win against. You'll never kind of convince them because they think they know best, and they hold to that. It doesn't matter what you know. It doesn't matter what you know. Like I said, you don't have to know more. You just have to know when to, to delegate to someone else. It's the same thing. I don't expect the president to be smart, like super smart. I don't expect the president to know everything. Like I don't expect Joe Biden to know everything. But what I expected from a president, and what I still expect from a president, is that you delegate to people that do know. Joe Biden, it wasn't the one running the CDC. He had Fauci there. He wasn't the one running the Department of Education. He had someone who had experience in education. He wasn't the one running the military, like fully. He obviously is the commander in chief, but he wasn't the one running the day to day because, of course, he wasn't a general. And that's the difference. Is someone, a good leader is someone who can delegate and say, you know what, I don't know what the fuck is going on with that. I have a basic understanding of it, but I trust you because you're the best in that field. And the problem with Trump is he doesn't have that because he just thinks he's smarter than everyone. He genuinely thinks he's smarter. That's the biggest issue with Trump. He thinks he's smart, but he's a fucking idiot. He's the dumbest motherfucker I've ever seen. And he thinks he's genius. And the problem is that people see that and think he's a genius. How do people see that? Crazy to me how people still see that. I realized within 2 years, which was still a long time, I realized within a year to 2 years that he was a fucking idiot. And yet, that's why I got so annoyed when I found out DSN supported Trump, because I was like, I thought DSN, I'll be real, yeah, I like DSN. I think he's a nice guy. But I was so fucking disappointed when I found out DSN voted for Trump. I couldn't believe that someone who had been previously so understanding and so, seemingly knowledgeable and seemingly, intelligent, and who has gone to university and has been studying, whatever he's been studying for almost 4 years now. I could not believe that he would then go and vote for that. I was so disappointed with DSN. I really was. The difference with DSN and Certain Man is that DSN doesn't get in your face about it, so I've just kind of ignored it. I have spoken to him since, but I just can't really shake it. I've not kicked him or banned him. I'm not gonna do any of that because he doesn't go out his way to be obnoxious about it like Certain Man did. But I can't lie, I'm so disappointed. I actually demoted him in the crew, bro. I was like, I don't want this guy as a lieutenant. I can't. So I demoted him down, but and left you and Yassine and Cave and Joe. So I just couldn't. Isn't it something like the genius knows the question to the answer, and the one who thinks he knows the answer to the question? Oh, the one who thinks he knows the answer to the question. I mean, typically I find with really smart people, they don't really shout about it. They know the answers, or they know a lot, but they don't pretend they know everything, and they don't shout about it. You know what I mean? That's why I think scientists struggle in today's world to kind of be relevant, because there's something about this: the emptiest of vessels are the loudest. It's true. People on TikTok who have no idea what the fuck they're talking about, they go viral, and yet the scientists, they keep to themselves and keep quiet. And then when they do make videos, no one really watches them because they're too tame. And yeah, so the actual smart people don't really get out there anymore. They're there, but they don't really, and usually they're too busy doing the work to, they're working in the industries. They haven't got time to fucking waste going on TikTok and shit. You try showing your grandma scene from The Substance to throw off the body horror. She oh shit. And she went on a spiel about how true to life and the elite drain blood from the kidnapped migrant children that make themselves look younger. What the fuck? I kind of regret actually reading that now. That's actually upset me. That's given me a lot of pain. And yeah, no, he voted for him last year. I was speaking to him on the election night, and I was speaking to him, and I said to him, I was like, "Oh, George is really close. Like, how are you feeling right now? George is really close." And he said something that just kind of twigged. I was like, "Wait, he's saying it from a perspective of a Republican." He's like, I think the Democrats were winning at that point, and he said something that just twigged, and that he meant the Republican, how he wanted, he was saying I hope they start speeding up, because we really need change or something like that. And I realized, I was like, wait, he's talking about the Republicans, he's talking about he wants that. So I asked him, I was like, you supporting Republicans? He said, yeah. And I was like, why? He said, because America's really unhealthy, really fat, and he thought that RFK Jr. would make America healthy because he's really fit. And so he would know how to make America healthy. And I just sat there, I was like, this Don really said that. Like, how can anyone think that just because someone's really fit, that's going to make that he's qualified? Like, RFK Jr. is not qualified for fuck all. Let's be real. But he's certainly not qualified. Just because he's fit himself doesn't mean he's qualified to make America fit. The Don doesn't understand anything about medication. So how the fuck is this guy going to make people fit? And he went on about how in America, food is really bad and there's all this shit in food, which is true. There's all this shit in food. But he was making out that the reason it's like that is because the Democrats allow that to happen because they get paid. And I was sitting there thinking to myself, the reason that there's all that shit in food is because it's not regulated. If you come to the EU and you come to Britain, we don't have half that shit in the food because it was banned by the EU and by the British government. But he, for some reason, thought that a group of people, a party of people that want less regulation is going to allow for food to get better because, you know, in his mind somehow that the Republicans were gonna do the opposite of the Democrats and start to improve food. And that kind of made me realize just how even people who I thought were really educated and really intelligent, and I even said on my Blue Sky, I was really disappointed. I said something like, it really sucks when people you think are really, who are intelligent come across, reveal themselves to not be. I was so disappointed in that because I genuinely liked DSN. I genuinely thought that he was smart, and that just kind of, yeah, that was the message. Yeah, that was the message when he said Atlanta's always been blue. Yeah, just need all the surrounding counties to go red. Yeah, as soon as that was what tipped me off, because I thought I had always kind of gathered from DSN that he was not necessarily a Democrat, but he was like not, stupid. I never got the vibe that he was stupid. And that was when he said that, and I just clicked in my head. I was like, damn, like, he genuinely believes that shit, and he genuinely believes in that. And he would have seen Trump try to have a coup in 2020. He would have seen that. He would have seen, all this shit that's happened, and he still thought that was good. And then, and then when he said that about the whole food situation, about how, like, Republicans will make food quality better, even though they're the party of deregulation, the same party that had lowered standards in Republican states so that things like milk wouldn't even be qualified as milk in the UK because it's so low quality, it would not be qualified as milk. And in those states, they've reduced the quality so much. The same party that cut funding for children to eat at schools, the same party that cut regulation to make food shitter. And he thought that party would be the party that would improve food quality. And that's when it snapped. That's when it clicked in my head. Just because you come across as intelligent, just because you go to university, just all this and all that, doesn't mean you actually know what the fuck you're on about. And it really disappointed me because I liked DSN and I genuinely did think he was a smart guy. But that made me rethink a lot. And when he did that, I was just like, yeah. So since then, I think I've talked to him once since then. I think he's messaged once. He's come into the stream, I think, once since then. And we played. Because I don't want to like say to him, no, I'm not playing with you anymore. But it definitely didn't feel the same. And I definitely wasn't as like open and kind of like, as free, I suppose, with him as I'd been previously, because I was so disappointed that I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it how he said that. But the one thing DSN does have the advantage of is he doesn't go on about it, and he doesn't he doesn't try to stir it like certain man did. So I've just kind of left it, I don't want to I don't want to have a fucking purge and kick out everyone, you know, who voted for Trump or support Trump. Because I'm sure there's a fair few people that did. But it's just I just can't feel the same way about him as I used to. Yeah, I think most people probably rated him quite highly. But like imagine like Quartz, for example. Quartz used to like DSN, I think, you know, because DSN and Quartz have been around for a similar amount of time. Imagine if I said to Quartz, yeah, by the way, DSN vote for Trump. How Quartz would feel. Like, so that's the thing. It's like it's really caused me to kind of how I view some people has changed when I found out they supported Trump. Some people I'm not disappointed about because I expect them to, but I really did think better of DSN, and I'm so disappointed that he didn't turn out to be who I thought he was. He's not sent a message in Discord since December 1st. Yeah, he's busy a lot. He's at university, so he doesn't really talk much in the school terms, the university terms. But then when it comes to the holidays, he's typically more talkative. You find it funny how some people that were annoying turned different, and some people that were chill did. Yeah, it's interesting how that works. You know, it's kind of like people do 180s and change up a little bit. It is interesting how that happens. I never thought that would happen with DSN. I never thought he would do that, but you wonder who Marshall voted for. Marshall was very much against Trump. He hated Trump. Mind you, Marshall was a black guy who worked, I believe, in the government. I think he worked in I don't know if it was a state government or the federal government. He worked something to do with public. It was public sector. And he hated Trump. He absolutely hated Trump. I remember whenever Trump would do something stupid in the first term, he would, or I'd mention how something dumb Trump did, he would be very like, yeah, he did not like him. And he had tweets, I think, back in the day, saying shit about Trump as well. So, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's funny, is because DSN used to be quite close with Marshall, right? So it's kind of funny how that worked. I wonder how Marshall would have thought of DSN after, if he had found out he had voted for Trump. I wonder how Marshall would have reacted. But yeah, Marshall absolutely hated Trump as much as as far as I'm aware. But I mean, he might have changed, but I don't think he has. I mean, Marshall doesn't change. Marshall was stuck in his ways, just like certain man. But you know what, Marshall, I respect that from him. So yeah, that's just the issue. It's just that, yeah. But I don't want to I don't want to kick DSN or anything or ban him or anything, because I don't think he's done anything to warrant that. But it's just, I'm just disappointed in him. I hope he changes it up. I hope he realizes where he's been misled. But I'm not to say that the Democrats are great. The Democrats are shit. Don't get me wrong. But it's like comparing dog shit and comparing like a fucking nuke going off next to you. Like stepping in dog shit versus a fucking nuke going off. Like I would rather step in the dog shit personally. But yeah, I don't know. But that was what got me. It was because it was such a dumb thing as well. Like if he had said to me, if he had said to me straight up, like, I pay too much tax. I don't want to pay more tax. I want to pay less tax. Okay, I know it's bullshit. I know it's a load of bollocks. The Republicans will not cut taxes for right-wing people, for poor people. They don't give a shit. But I can somewhat respect that as it's selfish, but I can somewhat respect it. I personally think taxes are an important part of society, but I can understand that some people don't like paying them. I personally think they're fine. There's so many people out there who need help that if you don't pay taxes, no one gets help. So I'm fine with that. I'm fine with paying taxes. It's a selfish thing to not want to pay taxes. I understand though why people feel that way, but if you said that, yeah, but it's just the fact that you said that stupid thing about fucking the health benefits if Republicans come in when they've cut regulations fucking every time they've been in power. So yeah, like that's, yeah, I don't know. Like you haven't got to love the Democrats. You could just say, well, I don't like the Democrats, but I just don't like that other idiot more. But the fact he believed that shit, that really put me off. I was like, I can't really believe that you're smart if you don't understand where you're coming, where that is a silly thing to think. So yeah, that disappointed me. I'm not gonna lie, that really disappointed me. I could straight up say to him, but what's some random? He's not going to give a shit about some random Don from the UK. You know what I mean? Like, there's no point. There's no point me saying to him, "Oh, you know, you disappoint me." It's like, who the fuck am I? I'm not his mother. I'm not his father or his mother. So I just left it. But yeah, I haven't looked him the same way since. I've not, like, whenever I've seen him online, I've not really looked him the same way. Before, I used to be excited when I see him come on GTA and maybe come on the stream, but now whenever I see him, I'm just like, yeah. So I don't know, but maybe he'll change. Maybe he can fix it. But for now anyway, I'm just gonna leave it. Again, I'm not his father. I'm not his mother. I'm not his counselor. I'm not his therapist. I'm not his fucking priest. You know, it's not my place. But Brassy, on the other hand, Jar and Don. And I'm glad. You know what? It's been so much calmer since he's not here, because even Caitlyn doesn't get riled up. Caitlyn doesn't even fucking mention Trump. But whenever we've mentioned Trump since, she's always been like, yeah, he's an idiot. So I think it's definitely helped that he's not been riling her up about stuff. So yeah, it definitely works out a lot better this way than before. And I've actually enjoyed streaming, so it's helped. It's so sad you didn't get to do it. You never know, you might be able to. He might make a reappearance one day. It was actually kind of funny. Speaking of him, I actually had a dream last night that he came back. You know when you wake up in your dream and you think you woke up in real life? I woke up and I looked up Discord and I saw fucking Brassy there with his fucking profile picture with the mask, the professional get up. I'm telling you, I 100% believe he did that because he loves the professional. He fucking loved the professional. He would always go on about the professional, so I 100% believe he did the whole mask thing to, you know, to be him, not because of Jason Voorhees, but because of the professional. It was a fucking dream, bro. I woke up and I saw that fucking mask at the profile picture of him in the front of the car, and he was like saying some shit. He was like laughing, and he was like, he said something like in response to me, calling him cringe last night. He was like, cringe am I, or some shit like that. And I was like, nah, this Don. I said, nah, this guy. And I just put the phone down. I went back to sleep. And when I woke up, I checked my phone. I was like, there's no message from him. And I realized it was a dream. But even in my own fucking dream, I was just so tired of him. I just put my phone down, went back to sleep. That's how bad it is. So that was the fun. That was such a weird dream to have. I was like, I've not got energy for this right now. I don't want to fucking argue with this Don. I just want to go back to bed. So maybe he'll come back one day and you can tell him, but I don't think so. To sum it all up, I don't think he'll be back. Some people come back, some people don't. But I just don't think he'll ever come back, because I just don't think he will ever admit, or ever admit that, yeah, maybe he was misled there, or that, stupid way to speak about stuff. Yeah. Is say I'm still living free. Yeah, he actually is still living in my fucking head, apparently, because I'm fucking dreaming about him. That's fucking crazy. Maybe I'm the cringe one, who knows? The professional watches anime, but different rules. Yeah, it's different rules to different people. If you're the professional, if you're someone he likes, he respects, or he likes, yeah, or he's scared to say anything about, yeah, you can do anything you want. But as soon as it's someone he thinks, it's basically because I think it's because a lot of right-wing people view themselves in like society and like in a class structure, and I think he views himself above people in certain groups. I think he views himself as above, people who like Quartz and people who like anime and shit like that. And Quartz is always a furry, and I'm not really into furry stuff, but I mean, he obviously Quartz obviously likes furry stuff and is into it. So I'm not going to judge. I'm not going to say, for Quartz, I'm not going to go. I don't like it. I don't think it's not my cup of tea. But I'm not going to go and make Quartz feel like shit because it's not my cup of tea. But the other Don, 100%, he 100% viewed people who like stuff like that as below him. 100%. It's just a natural thing in right-wing conservative is that you all have a place in society. And so if you are below them, if you're below someone, you have to respect them. You have to suck up to them. And if you're above someone, then you can speak down to them and mock everything they do. If I dream about Brassy because of how annoyed you are, imagine how much JB shows up in AF's dream. No, you know what? I've thought about this before. I actually think that JB and AF dream about each other because it would explain so much why sometimes they come on Discord and they're so angry about each other. Like nothing's been done since the day before, and sometimes AF will come on and just be like, "Fuck you, JB," or vice versa. And I genuinely believe it's because they have a dream about each other, and they just like, you know, like how sometimes you hear about the like. I mean, this happens a lot with girlfriends. They'll dream of their boyfriends being like, you know, cheating on them, and they wake up and they're pissed. And I honestly think that's the case with them too. They something happens in their dream and they wake up fucking angry. So that's my thought on it. That's my opinion. That's my genuine view even of why they're like that. So he dresses up as well as no, I mean, yeah, he dresses up as the fucking professional, bro. So of course, I mean, I think that's the most degenerate thing. But I don't judge him for it. Like, I mean, if he likes a professional that much that he gets a mask after him, I think that's cool. Like, I have a Dallas mask. I have a fucking Dallas mask, bro. So from Payday, you know, I'm not gonna judge him for having a fucking professional mask. But it just makes me laugh because he thinks of people who dress up like degenerates. You're still surprised neither of them respond to you send that screenshot and saying they be in the gay allegations. Yeah, they don't want to go into that. That's too much. They don't want to go into that conversation because if they go into that conversation, it opens up for everyone to break down, and I don't think they want that. It's just way too the way they talk and act to each other is just so like couple squabbling. You know, it does. I don't want to say it because I don't want to like straight up say to them, oh yeah, you know, you two like are like a couple, because I don't want to be disrespectful, because I know that probably I don't want to be disrespectful. Firstly, because of course, you know, I know a lot of people use like, you know, being gay as an insult, so I don't want to like imply that or anything or infer that or whatever. So I don't say it, but I do get couple vibes from them. I do. I really do. The way they talk and the way they act, and it's like squabbling couples, and I do get that, but I don't want to like I don't want to make them. I don't want to like, you know, say it in a way that it comes across like I'm making fun of them or anything. Now it's too real. You've definitely had that from Rebecca. You've had it bare. It does happen. Rebecca, it doesn't. The thing is, Rebecca doesn't. No, there was one time she thought she woke up and she was upset because I had like was it cheated or I'd left her? I think I'd like deleted her or ghosted her or something. Which is kind of I apparently I don't cheat in her dreams. I just ghost her, which I think stems from like probably anxiety. You know, I think that's like a psychologist or whatever would probably say, like, you know, a therapist would say it's like some sort of, you know, anxiety or whatever. But yeah, I think that's it. I just ghost her, or I die. That's the one that she was really upset about. As I died in her dream, and she had to like text me in the morning. She woke up and she texted me at like 4 a.m. in the morning. Saying like, "Are you alive? Are you okay?" Like, you know, she was like, she genuinely thought I had died, and she was like, "Please, you know, please don't be dead or anything." I woke up, I was like, "I'm not fucking dead." Like, what the fuck? Like, I was so confused. She genuinely thought I had fucking died because she had dreamt that in her dream. But I don't cheat on her in her dreams apparently, which is good because, yeah, that's fine with me. I don't mind dying as much. That's fine. At least it's not something that I did really shitty. At least I wasn't a shitty thing to do. I mean, dying sucks, but I mean, it's not my fault necessarily, but yeah. All you're going to say is you realize you had feelings for a guy who used to tease you a lot. It is possible. I mean, I do get that vibe from AF and JB a bit, but yeah, they definitely have a bit of a thing going. But I mean, I'm not gonna obviously, it's whatever. If they ever admit to us, if they ever come out to us, then I'll be like, well, fair. Fair. You can tell when you're dreaming, but you do have rebound anxiety about cheating. You remember that ex you mentioned who was you for sex cheat on you with several people stems from that. Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, it's completely understandable that you might have that kind of anxiety from that now. Yeah, I think dreams really do speak of anxiety. So maybe I was anxious about Brassy coming, but I was probably fucking terrified I went to deal with him again. My brain's probably like, oh, please no. But yeah, no, I don't really have dreams about like people. I think the worst thing, yeah, people dying. That's probably my main dreams. Like whenever I have nightmares about stuff, but I very rarely have dreams about. I've never had dreams about cheating, like Rebecca cheating or anything. The worst thing is that I've had dreams about where I've cheated. You know what I mean? That's the worst thing. I guess I it's anxiety about me cheating, but I mean, I don't know, maybe deep down. I mean, I wouldn't cheat, but maybe my it's like, you know, when you have like those thoughts of like jumping off a building or something, so your brain's like kind of reassuring you not to do it, you know, in a way. Like you think, you know, you have that core of the void where you're like, I could pick up that knife and stab myself kind of thing. Or I could jump off that, I'm walking along the side of a bridge, I could just jump off. Your brain's like saying, don't do it in a way. I wonder if that's why maybe, like sometimes I have the dream like, oh, well, I've cheated. I'm like, my brain's like, don't do it, don't fucking do it. Like I'm like, thank you, I know not to do it. But I mean, me and Rebecca have already talked about this as well. It's very unlikely that I ever would cheat, even if I wanted to, because I'm fucking lazy. And I can't be bothered. Rebecca always makes a joke that, oh yeah, you wouldn't cheat because you can't be bothered going on dates and stuff and dealing with women's shit. And I'm like, you know what? That's true. I couldn't be bothered. So we laugh about that, but nah, fuck cheating, bro. You're also terrified of being with someone and then someone here in a room or something to believe in it. You care a bit too much about how I'm perceived. Yeah, that's understandable if you have yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You don't want like you don't want a rumor to kind of ruin someone's perception of you, especially if it's someone you love. Yeah, that's fair. I think that's understandable. That's human. Yeah, that's funny, Dean. I mean, some people I think just actually have lots of dreams and nightmares, and some people don't. And I guess yeah, you're just not one of them. You just don't have a lot of nightmares. I mean, you're lucky in that sense. I mean, typically I don't have nightmares much either. I have maybe one nightmare a month. I had one recently. I woke up I have a really fast heartbeat when I woke up. Like, you know, when you have like really a lot of anxiety in your heart. That's why I had like mad adrenaline and anxiety. But I don't remember what it was. But typically, the worst dreams I have or the worst nightmares I have is things like being chased by fucking dinosaurs or some shit. I genuinely have that sometimes. I'm being like chased by fucking Tyrannosaurus Rexes and not be, like swimming, falling in the pool and not being able to swim. I hate that one. That one's not fun. Or being chased by a killer and not, you know, like I'm playing DBD or some shit. I'm not able to escape. Yeah, it's fuck, bro. I had a really good dream when I was younger, like a really good nightmare when I was younger, where I you know, the scene in, I don't know if have you watched Jurassic Park 2, Dean? You know, like when the Tyrannosaurus Rexes are outside of the trailer and they're like trying to get into it and then knock it off the fucking cliff face. I had a dream like that once, like a nightmare where that was happening. That was fun. That was a really fun experience, being chased by that motherfucker. Being stuck in the sea of a megalodon. Oh boy. You know what would be really fucked up? You know, in Jurassic World, you've only seen... Oh, bro, you've only seen Jurassic World. Oh, bro, I'll tell you this, yeah? You've got to see Jurassic Park 1. You've got to see Jurassic Park 1, the original Jurassic Park. Really love that film. It's a fucking classic film. I've read the book, loved the book. I watched the film a lot, loved the film. It's so good. I think it's the best film in the series for me anyway. You gotta watch it when you have a chance. It's such a great film. But yeah, like in Jurassic World, speaking of Jurassic World, that big fucking sea creature that eats that woman live. You know, remember that woman got picked up by a one of those pterodactyl things or whatever the fuck it was and dropped her, and it fucking ate her alive. Yeah, that's nightmare fuel right there. That's a nightmare I do not want. You don't remember most of your dreams and nightmares. You know you have them, but you can't remember them at all. You actually like that though, because you appreciate not being there for a few hours and the suddenly waking. That is honestly like goals right there. I have that sometimes. Like I just wake up and that's fine. But then the best time was when I went out and I had an anesthetic, and I just those hours were just not there anymore. It was great. I wish I could have that every night. Being in the bird's mouth, yeah, being in the bird's mouth and then dropped into a fucking like a live animal that then just fucking swallows you whole, because it doesn't eat you, it just fucking doesn't chew you, it just swallows you whole. Imagine being stuck, slowly losing oxygen in the belly of the beast. Like that's one of the most fucked up scenes I've ever seen in a film, because it's just so inhumane you know, and it's not like trying to be inhumane, it's just nature, because that could happen to someone. You just get swallowed by an animal whole. Like that's what happens to lots of little insects and stuff. They just get swallowed whole and they just die slowly in the stomach. And so it's such a, it just feels very, very inhuman and inhumane and just very cold. So yeah, that film, Jurassic World, is actually fucked up in some ways. What nightmare do you have is you being older and happy with wife and kids, and either one of them dying. You think that just shatter you? Yeah, that's something I've thought about as well. Like I'm now that I've got Rebecca, I am just terrified of anything bad happening to her and she dying. That's horrible. That's a horrible thing. So yeah, those kind of nightmares, those are horrible. And no, I've never seen Jeepers Creepers. Speaking of a kind of a nightmare dream, I had a series of dreams. I've mentioned this before on stream, but I'll say it again. I had a series of dreams when I was about 10. When I was about, no, I was about 16, 17, 18. Sorry, about 17, 18. And I had like about a week. I could fall asleep and I could control my dreams. And there was a story. I had a wife and kids, right? And it felt so real because when I woke up, I had the feeling in my heart, like my heart was, you know, like it had all the adrenaline and shit. And every night I would go back to sleep and I would continue the dream where it left off, like I was playing Sims or something. I would have a wife and I had 2 kids, and I would continue that every night. I'd go back to sleep and continue from that point. And I lived like a fucking life with this fucking woman and these 2 children in my dream. And I had that for I think it was about 5 nights, every night. And I would realize midway through it was a dream. Like I was really good at that point. I could literally awaken myself in the dream and realize I was dreaming. Like I'll go, this is a dream, and then I would wake up and I'd be able to do whatever I wanted. I could literally just live how I wanted to control the dream. It was fucking awesome. For like 5 days in a row I could do this. I could just control my dream. But for the first half of the dream I would always just kind of continue this life with this fucking family that I obviously don't have. It was so weird. Every night I would go to bed knowing I would have that dream, and I would literally have that dream. I would go to sleep and I would continue the story, and I would actually look forward to it. I would look forward to the next day after I think 2 days of that. I was actually going, I want to continue, and I would go to bed and I literally would continue, and I would realize I was continuing the story. Like I would wake up and I would realize I was continuing the story. So I could control the dream to some extent, but then the story would continue. And so obviously it's just a dream, but like one part of me is like, maybe that's like another universe, like maybe it's another time, like another dimension where I've like entered another universe, and that's actually I'm living sort of like Wanda in Multiverse of Madness. Maybe I'm like dream walking in a sense where I'm like in another universe with that family. And then, you know, I've thought about that, and it was such a weird thing. As I said, for 5 days in a row I could control and continue, and I lived like a whole fucking adult life with this fucking family that I've then not been able to see again. So it did hurt. I know it's stupid to say, but it did hurt, like losing that family that I had lived a fucking lifetime with. And I've always thought about that. Imagine if you go into a coma and you live a whole lifetime in a coma and then you wake up and that's all gone. Fuck that, bro. But I had that for 5 days. It is weird. It's one of the best experiences of my life, but also one of the worst, because I did lose that whole family that I had. And obviously life was easier in that family, in that world. I didn't have to worry. I mean, I didn't have financial worries or anything like that in that world. Apparently I was wealthy as shit in that world. Maybe that's for the better. The directors are not. The film can be read. Oh, I love that. No, I'm glad I've not seen Jeepers Creepers. I don't plan on watching it now. Did they have names and all that? They did, but you know what the sad thing is? You know how like your memory seeps away? That memory seeped away now. I can't remember what their names were, but I very distinctly remember them. Like I don't remember their appearances that well, and I don't remember their like names, but I distinctly remember them. When I think back, I can distinctly remember these 3 people. This woman, and then I had a son and I had a daughter. These three people. I distinctly remember them. It's really fucking sad when you think about it. Like, yeah, how your brain can sorry, my voice keeps breaking. I'm tired. I'm dry. I'm dry throated as well. But yeah, like it's crazy how your brain can play that trick on you, and so again, it's one of the best experiences I've ever had in my life. Being able to control those my dreams and being able to like live this fucking life like I'm watching it, like I'm in a movie. Like it's like I was in a movie or in a TV show or a book or whatever. It was like I was able to like live this alternate reality. And it's just just going to bed that every night, just doing my everyday life. Like I'll do my everyday stuff, and I would come home and I would get into bed and I would think about it and I would be back there, and I would actively look forward to it. I remember I would actively look forward to it during the day. The first time it came back, the second night, I didn't. That was a bit. The first night I didn't think it would come back. I just thought it was a dream. Boom, bye bye. And the second night, after it happened again, I was like, shit. And I was like, oh shit, like this is weird. Like, is it gonna happen again? And then after the third night, that was when I realized. That's when I realized fully. And I yeah, when I would wake up in the dream and I would like kind of awaken myself, my like it'd be like, you know, when you have a game playing and it says press, you know, like those old games where like it would start and it would like show a little like a little gameplay, and then it would say press start on your controller to join, and it would then join you into the game. That's what it was like. I'd wake up in the game, and yeah, then I'd just be able to control it. It was great, genuinely one of the best experiences, and I just lost it. I kind of wish I was able to control the dreams still like that, and I just lost it. Maybe I was just spiritually close. But you know, like in Buddhism, where if you kind of you get so spiritual and so like aware of things, you can kind of break the cycle. Maybe I was breaking the cycle. Maybe I was close to ascension and breaking the cycle, but then I've lost it. Sucks. If anything, the director being a nonce makes it more scary. Like, that's certainly a sentence. That is a sentence of all time. And the ending has the main character who's a guy being tortured in a dark room. Oh shit! Hollows him out and eats his eyes and possibly does more. I'm gonna be real. I'm never gonna watch that film. I'm just gonna be straightforward about that. I don't need nightmares. You know, I don't need more nightmares in my life. I think I'm gonna skip that one. This sounds a bit too much. I like horror, but not that level of horror. You know, I like my horror the old-fashioned way, an axe through the back. You know, that's what I want in my life. I want an axe through the back, and maybe like, you know, fucking guy in a mask. Not Brassy. I don't want him chasing me in a mask, but I want maybe, you know, Jason Voorhees. You know, that's fine. Not Brassy. That's about it. I don't want any more. I don't want to be fucking hollowed out and have my eyes eaten, and possibly more. Hey, Quartz, commuting into work, yeah, sounds good. I just realized it's like 4 o'clock in the morning, and I've got to get up in like 3 hours. Oh well, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's not an issue. I'm used to it by now. I'm used to living my life like this. Hey, Slayers, what's up? What are you saying? You up at 8? Ah, D, nah, that sucks, man. I know you do better with less sleep than I do, but still. Am I on the PS5 version of the game? I am indeed on the PS5 version of the game. I'll have to make do with 3. It's not great, but I mean, it's fine. The weekend's coming up. I'll sleep like crazy during the weekend. I know what I'll do on the weekend. I'll probably sleep for like 12 hours on the weekend, and then, yeah, it'll be fine. You got 5 hours, you might be cooked. Oh, yeah, you might be, to be fair. 5 hours is still low. It's a brother and sister going on a road trip when a truck runs them off the road. They run into him again, and they see him throwing a body down a pipe. They go down, and there's a whole bunch of tapestry of bodies, some of which are hundreds of years old and perfectly preserved. You know what? I can't lie. It does sound cool as shit. It does. I'm not gonna lie. That does sound pretty cool, but I feel like that would give me nightmares, to be honest with you. Especially knowing that the director's a nonce. That probably would give me more nightmares than just the film itself. According to your Google Hub, it was a good sleep, so it rounds up. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it rounds up. Yeah, it rounds up, 100%. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, like you know, if I have a good sleep as well, then 3 hours becomes 8 as well, so it's fine. It's calm. You know, 5 minutes can become 8 hours if you have a good enough one. That's the fucking thing. As soon as I saw you pop in Quartz, I was like, shit, it's gonna be like early now. As soon as I saw you pop in, I was like, shit, it's gonna be like 4 o'clock. And I looked, it's 4 o'clock. Because I just know you're gonna have to go to work early, and because you have like shifts like that, don't you? It's like early and late because of the way that working in where you work makes sense. So yeah, I was like, oh, fuck. So that's kind of a giveaway. That is quite late. It really sucks when a good film is made by a nonce. It does ruin it. Yeah, same with when actors turn out to be nonces. It makes watching them really not fun. Like, I hate watching. Like, I love Spider-Man 1, 2, and 3, but every time I see James Franco, I'm like, sucks. The harboring of early morning. You actually are the harboring of early morning. I should use you as an alarm clock. Although that would be a bad idea because I need to not wake up at 4 o'clock. Oh, look at this. Another bot. Another fucking bot. Love that. Is James Franco a nonce? I think he got with like a 17-year-old, wasn't it? Which is, I mean, it depends on your definition of like nonce. I mean, creepy at the very least. I think it was it 17? Was it 7? Was it something else he did? Can't remember. It's been so long. Oh, it's sexual misconduct. A lot of stuff. Oh yeah, he was trying to get some. Yeah, a 17-year-old Scottish girl. So I guess it depends on like your definition. I think she was. Wait, where was it? It was in. Where was it? Where was it? You trying to do this? If it was in like, it was in New York City. So I suppose she would have been old enough in New York, like consensual wise, but still a sticky one. I'm not gonna lie. And then someone else. There was another allegation before. Apparently, him doing shady shit as well. Remember, some woman said to, I shouldn't say like that, some woman, but some lady named Violet Haley said, remember the time you pushed my head down in a car towards your exposed penis? And the other time you told my friend to come to your hotel when she was 17? After you had already been caught doing that to another 17-year-old. So, yeah, at the very least, very, very fucking creepy. I'm not gonna lie. Very, very creepy. But, yeah. So I don't know. I couldn't say for sure if he's a nonce, I suppose, because if it was the age of consent, then it's the age of consent. But I mean, creepy at the very least. You know. Yeah. Movie and Brassy still. Nah. Oh my god, fucking Brassy would not love that. Yeah, you got earlies for 2 weeks though, and then you got 1 day off, lates for a week. That's nuts. Yeah, that's a crazy work pan. Yeah, some people get really lucky with their work pans. Some people don't. Some people have really simple work pans, consistent, and then some people just get really nuts ones. Rebecca's got nuts ones too. Although I'd say the worst one's Cave. Cave's fucking diabolical. Bro is like going to work at like 2 a.m. in the morning sometimes. Like bro will work like 4 p.m. shifts to 2 to 4 in the morning, but then other times, like literally 2 days later, he'll be working like 2 o'clock to fucking midday. Fucking. Although I don't know if he does that now. I don't know if it's changed because where he worked, I don't know if he's like moved up now. So he doesn't have to do that. Typically they give all the shit jobs to the people like, or the shit like shifts to the people at the beginning, who are starting out, and then they, as you get more senior, you get better shifts. But I don't know if he's still doing those ones. But I remember he used to say to us, he would be messaging us in the morning, and he'd be like, "Yeah, I'm just out to work." And I'll be like, yo, what are you going to work now? And he's like, yes. I'm like, but it's 2 o'clock. He's like, yeah. Crazy guy. And he would walk to work too in the middle of 2 o'clock in the morning. Nutter. Pays girlies, yeah. As long as the pay is good, yeah. Yeah, night shifts are actually really bad for your health. That's 100% true. Night shifts are notoriously bad for health. I was talking to Yassine about that, and he was like, yeah, like, it's something you do when you're young and you get out of it. If you do it with your life, you're going to really suffer. So do it, work your way up, get the fuck off that, never do it again. You come on Discord some mornings getting ready at like 5 and you see him online. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, Cave is always like if Cave's online, it means that online. If he's my brain, I said if he's alive. If he's online, it's probably meaning that he's just got off a shift, and yeah, it's a nutters like shift, like crazy times. It's crazy, bro. Honestly, I couldn't do some of the shifts that they do, like Cave and I guess Quartz as well. And Rebecca doesn't do as bad shifts, but she does have some crazy shifts sometimes. Like she's usually home by 10. But she does sometimes have like later shifts, and then she sometimes has shifts like early in the morning, like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. And that's too much for me. That's too much. But yeah, I don't know. Quite fortunate in that regard. But sometimes I couldn't live that life. I get very ill when I have like shifting sleep patterns. Yeah. You start at 5:30 and you finish at 3:15. It's just the commute, I guess. Yeah, the commute adds to it. That's another thing as well. Commute sucks. If you have a long commute, that really sucks. It just makes you have extra work, pretty much. But no. No, I think it's. I feel really ill. I get really ill when I have like my immune system goes to shit when I have my when I shift my sleep. So sometimes you'll see me on relay, and that's just because I just fucking wing it. I just honestly, it's crazy. If you see me on at like 6 o'clock in the morning, you know I fucked my sleep up. So, but I just get through it, and then and when I come home, I sleep. But that works better than. But I do feel bad for it. I do feel bad after I sleep when I come home. But that's what I do, yeah. So if you ever see me on at like 6, bro, you know I'm cooked. That's fine. I sleep in the evenings. That's also one of the reasons I've not been coming on in the evenings as much, even when I'm not like seeing Rebecca in the evening. I'll be like sleeping. So yeah, if you ever notice that I'll be on like maybe 5 and then I won't come on to like stream until like 9, 10. It's because I'm probably sleeping. Trying to make up for it. That's crazy how everyone. I just hope everyone does well and doesn't get too unhealthy with their work. It's cool seeing everyone like get jobs and stuff now. It's really cool, but I am always a bit worried that people will end up getting overworked. I'm always worried about Yassine because bro works really fucking hard and he works a lot. And I'm always worried he's gonna get overworked. But he seems to be doing okay. Especially during Ramadan, actually, it must be really hard. You just found a video of James Franco dancing at party passes, cancelling and trying to gag the sleazeball vibes off the chart. Fucking James Franco, man. Wish he didn't ruin Harry for us. At least the fucking Lewis trim isn't a creep, I guess. You do that comic book shit, yeah. They're not too bad then, yeah. I find that like shops, especially shops that aren't like supermarkets, do pretty. You know, they have decent hours. You're trying to keep it balanced. The moment you finish, you're uncontactable. Yes, that is a key thing. I'll say this as well. 100% you need to have a balance, and you 100% need to have like boundaries, because I tell you this now, so many dons in these jobs don't keep boundaries and then they get taken advantage of. And it's happened to Rebecca as well, where she'll do one thing she shouldn't, or she'll keep her phone on, and then they always call her. They always call her. They wanted to come out at fucking like 1 o'clock in the evening, 1 o'clock in the night, and come and stop alarms and shit at the store. What is she supposed to do? She's a woman who doesn't drive, who would have to travel at 1 o'clock in the morning to turn off the alarm. No. So, yeah, I always say to her, you shouldn't have your phone on. So she's gonna get another phone number now, which I've always had. I've always had 2 phone numbers. I've had one phone number for personal and one phone number for professional, anything professional. And that phone number is locked after a certain time. So anyone who calls you, it doesn't work. It just deactivates it. I use Tasker on the Android lets you do that. You can set up routines and stuff that will automatically turn off when it detects at a certain place, if it detects a certain Wi-Fi signal or whatever, and it will disable the phone number, or so disable the eSIM, and it won't call. No one can call me, and that's how it is. Fuck that. Fuck that. They cannot call me or text me, and they can wait until I'm ready. It is a good, it's genuinely a good idea. Like if you're someone who gets bothered a lot by your company, or where you work, it's good. You can also on Android. I'm not sure about iPhone. I think there's is there a work profile on iPhone? But on Android, there's a private profile now. But also, if you don't have that, you can download an app called Island, and there's also another one. I can't remember the name of it. There's another one, and it enables a work profile on your phone. Unless if your company has that already. Some companies do that, where you can have a work profile, but this enables it without having a company login. And I set that up for Rebecca as well. So now she has a work profile, so she can turn that off and turn it on when she wants to get emails and shit. So all the apps on that work profile, when she turns it off, it doesn't come through. And then the only thing she needs to do now is the phone number. But it's hard because she's trying to get that all figured out, how she's going to do that. But that's a genuinely good idea if you have that. Yeah, just it's a good system. So again, work profile, really good idea. Turn it off. I don't really have an issue with work profile stuff because again, I don't deal with that. But she has a whole WhatsApp. She uses WhatsApp for like groups and shit. The whole store and all that use WhatsApp. So she has to turn it off using the work profile. But I've never had that issue because I don't use WhatsApp, so not an issue. But yeah, it's good to separate your life out a bit, and it really does help. Yeah, people really do tread on other people's toes and think that they'll be willing to do stuff because they are. Like a lot of people, they're happy. Well, they're not happy, but they'll do it. They'll stay late, or they'll do extra stuff, or they'll get they think it's okay, and then other people want boundaries, and they don't understand that. So first thing I always say when people go into work is establish your boundaries straight away, because if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and then you're screwed. Because now she's set up a thing where they expect her to do all this stuff. And so now that she's trying to cut off a little bit, they're not happy about it. Well, yeah, so it's a good thing. It's definitely a good idea to keep yourself separate. But if you ever feel like it's overwhelming, it does fuck with your mental health as well. People don't realize that maybe because they see a message. Imagine you're doing something, just hanging out, having a good time, and then you see a message from work saying, "Oh, well, this is bad," And how can you enjoy yourself then? Because you're too busy worrying about, "Oh, fuck, I got to do that when I go in." So fuck that. Separate your work life. You can have a work phone. Some people do that. Some people have a separate work phone. But if your company doesn't provide your work phone, I would say just use your own phone. I don't know I don't know what Apple offers in terms of separation, but Android does offer a lot for separating out different parts of your life. So if you're an Android, you're just look into Island or another work profile enabling app, and then obviously separate numbers if you want to do that as well. You think people that do super amounts of overtime are just as bad? Yeah, I mean, they changed the perspective of what is acceptable in jobs. If they really want to do extra overtime, what they should do is they should do a second job, or change their contract so it's like that's their contract. I don't like it because it makes everyone else look bad, and then those people get screwed. It's like what's wrong with just doing 40 hours a week, or 38 point whatever, like what's wrong with, or 37.5, like what's wrong with doing that? What's wrong with doing 40 hours or 37.5 or whatever? Fuck those companies. I've said to her before, like, if you died, they're not going to give a shit about you. They're just going to replace you. Like your corpse won't even be cold before they fucking replace you, bro. Like, they don't give a shit. So why did you give a shit? But she's just someone like that. She's just like that. She struggles with not giving a fuck. Whereas I live that life. I couldn't give a shit. I don't care about performance. I don't give a shit about whether someone thinks I'm doing good or bad. I couldn't give a flying fuck. You don't, just if I'm not doing good, fire me. Be done with it. Don't be bullshitting me. Don't be like, well, your performance, you're not coming in enough. You're not working enough overtime. And I know it's not mandatory, but it's part of contract that if you don't do at least a couple of hours extra overtime every month, then we won't proceed with you further. We won't be looking at you going up or something. I don't give a fuck if I'm not going up or not, bro. I don't give a fuck if I'm going up. I don't give a fuck about any of that. Couldn't give a shit. That job, you know what? Work is just a way to make money. I'll be real. Work is just a way to make money. That's it. There's nothing more to it. I don't give a shit. Couldn't care less. Some people have passion. If you have a passion about your job, yes. If you love your job and you want to go fur, good. But other than that, fuck that. I ain't doing that. I couldn't give a shit if some dickhead above me loses his bonus because I didn't do enough for him, because I didn't do enough work and I didn't do enough overtime. I couldn't give a shit that some Don loses out on his next year's holiday or his fucking third car. I don't give a shit. Too fucking sad. Too fucking bad, so sad. Some guy did fuckloads of overtime and took his 29 annual to 50k. Bro, bloody hell. Bloody hell. 29 to 50, bro. That is not worth it. That is not worth that. That life, unless if you're if you're single and you've got no passions and all that, and you live. I guess to be fair, I do hear this argument a lot because in London, obviously, a lot of people live in shit little box rooms or shared houses, and they don't want to spend time at home. So I suppose, yes, okay, I can understand people who literally hate living where they live and they have no choice and work is better than not doing anything else, I suppose. But yeah, I agree, it's not worth it. But I mean, if that's what it is, then some people love it. I don't know, but I wouldn't do it personally. Best way to live, bro. You're so thankful you don't get affected by what people think or say. Yeah, it's Dean. I can't lie. Rebecca gets so anxious about when she's got reviews and stuff. She's always anxious about something happening or when they fuck up. And it's sad to look at because I'm sitting there and I'm like, I wish it wasn't like that. I wish she didn't feel that way, but she just feels so worried all the time about it. And I'm like, these fucking dons don't give a shit about you. But it's hard because that's just who she is. She's always like that. The people there are fucking idiots. I'm telling you, I'm gonna get in a fight with those people one day, bro. I can't lie. The amount of times they've done shit, bro, I can't lie. I'm gonna get in a fight with one of them one day. I'm telling you. I see this motherfucker. One of the motherfuckers at her job is so fucking useless. He's such a fucking dick. He's useless. He's legit got the competency of a 3-year-old. He's an idiot. And he takes the piss. He goes out and has smoke breaks. He gives people holidays when he shouldn't. He's a fucking idiot. And I see this Don every time I go home. I see him. And I'm like, bro, one day I'm going to fucking snap because he's such an idiot. And they have her doing dangerous shit, bro. And I'm like, you know what? I already said, if she gets hurt one day because she's doing something she shouldn't be doing, I'm going around and I'm fighting them. I don't care. I'm going around. The first thing I'm doing is I'm going around and I'm fighting one. I'm going to find one and I'm going to fight them. That's it, bro. Someone's getting beaten up, bro. I don't care who it is. Some motherfucker at that store's getting beaten up. It doesn't matter who it is, bro, but someone's getting beaten up because that shit is not on. Pick us up, bro. Yeah, we gotta do it. Nah, it's so true though. It's I try not to get like that. I try not to be like that because I'm like, we should, I don't want to fight her battles for one. It's not my place to get involved in her job, so I don't get involved. I don't deal with anyone in that job. I specifically don't interact. A lot of them have fiancés and boyfriends and stuff and girlfriends, and they all kind of interact with each other and they all know each other. I don't interact at all with any of them. At all. Because my policy is I stay, we separate, that kind of thing. I'm not in her life when it comes to work. It's her job, it's her place, none of my business. But I can't lie, I was like, when she was saying some of the stuff she was saying, bro, and she was really done one night. She was so done one night, I could just tell. I was like, bro, I'm going to fucking come around and beat the fuck out of someone. Someone's going to end up on a stretcher if this keeps happening. So I know this guy, bro. I've watched this guy. He's such an idiot, man. I fucking hate this guy so much. I'm always seeing him. He's letting people out early. All the time. He's letting out the employees early. She's staying till the fucking deadline. He's letting people out 30 minutes, 35 minutes early every night. He's a dick, bro. This motherfucker, I'm on him. I said to her, look, I'll wait until you leave the job. Once you leave the job and go to another company, then it's on. I won't do anything unless if she gets hurt, like, because they had to climb up fucking ladders, bro. Like they fucking have climb up ladders, like mad ladders, like tall ladders with no safety equipment. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with these people, man? I mean, she's not supposed to be doing it, but she does it because she feels like she has to. Honestly, it's a fucked up store. Someone sneezing so fucking loud on the bus. Oh, don't you love that people sneeze over the bus again? Disease. Why is he let? Because they're actually the same level. So get this, yeah, they're both the same level. They're both managers, right? And she does everything she can to ensure the shop runs smoothly. And every time he comes in, he fucks it up every time. So she'll get it as much as she can possibly do. She'll really work. She'll work through a shift, through a lunch. She won't have lunch. She won't drink. She'll work through the whole day to get the shop work to looking nice. And then this motherfucker comes in the next day, and it's always a mess afterwards. He's fucking awful. He doesn't give a shit. And I don't care. Like, I don't mind if you don't give a shit, but if you're in a team, you need to give a shit. You need to do the minimum to ensure the team isn't being dragged down. You know, I don't care if you slack on your own personal stuff, whatever. I don't care if if you do the minimum but they don't want to do any extra. That's fine too. But bro doesn't do the minimum. He just fucks around. He just sits there, talks the whole day, doesn't do anything. He's fucking useless. No one will fire him. He literally, now get this, yeah? This Don, yeah, get this. This fucking Don turns up to work consistently an hour or two late. And one day he turned up 6 hours late to his 10-hour shift. Who the fuck turns up 6 hours late to a 10-hour shift? You might as well not come in. You might as well say, fuck it, I'm just gonna chill. You might as well go to cinema or something at that point. Fuck it, what's the point? What's the point of turning up to a shift 6 hours into a 10-hour shift? Doesn't apologize, doesn't warn anyone, just doesn't turn up. Just doesn't fucking turn up. Yeah, and no one's fired him. No one does anything about this Don. And he clocks in, he gets paid for it, mind you. He gets paid like 10-hour shift, but he doesn't do it. He doesn't turn up. Turns up fucking 4 hours late, or 4 hours left. 6 hours late. No, this Don, I hate him so much. I see him all the time. And it's easy to see him because he's got the fattest head I've ever seen. He's got, I mean, Rebecca said to me the first thing she noticed when she saw him was that he had a big head, and I said the same. I was like, yeah, he has got a fat-ass head. I saw this Don once. I've recognized him every time because his head stands out. He's got the fattest ass head I've ever seen, bro. He's not fat or anything. He's just got a fat ass head. He's got a huge ass head. It's like proportional to his torso. It's like the same size. It's huge. It's just ridiculous. I've never seen anything like it. I hate this guy so much, man, because he's such a shit. I mean, they're all shit. Don't get me wrong. A lot of them are shit. And none of them give a shit about their store, which is whatever. But like, it's just how fucking useless this guy is, and he's just specifically he is a problem, and no one. He's so bad, and he's worse than just not having him. Like she said multiple times, it would just be better if he wasn't there because he's actively so bad because he talks to the colleagues and stuff, so they end up getting distracted, and he gives them time off. He just lets them go home early, or he just says, they'll ask him, can I have like a day off in 3 days time, and he'll say yeah, and he won't tell anyone. And the thing is, they have to give him a fucking checklist of things to do because he's so fucking dumb. He doesn't know how to do he doesn't know what to do. He just doesn't know. He just doesn't do it. So they have to give him a fucking checklist like he's a 3-year-old. Like, what kind of... This guy's a dumbass, man. So I was like, nah, this guy, bro. So I said to him, bro, I'm going in there one day. It's gonna happen. It's gonna escalate. Someone's gonna get hurt. But as of right now, I've not done it yet. But maybe in the future. It just depends on what happens. But I'm just like, if she ever gets hurt, if she ends up in the hospital or something because of something that he's done and he's not been paying attention, bro. Yeah, it's on. There could be 2 people in the hospital then. Fucking idiot, man. My only worry is he's so big, like his head's so fucking big, he'll probably break my knuckles. Ugh. How did he end up as a manager? It's because the previous big manager at the store, the previous big, the main manager, the big one, he hired this Don and he would always cover for him because they were friends. Like they weren't friends before, but he ended up like liking him, and they ended up like becoming friends. And he would always give him like excuses and stuff whenever something would go on. He would always like like defend him. So my theory is, or me and Rebecca's theory is that this guy has like knowledge on this other guy, like on this big manager. Like something happened, and he's got like fucking shit to say. But the other guy's left now. The other guy's retired. He got pushed out. But yeah, he is a dunce. He's genuinely he's a manager, and he acts like he's a fucking 3-year-old. He's so dumb. He's so crazily dumb, and it's funny because his girlfriend works in tech. Kind of funny the parallels there, but no, his girlfriend's she works in tech. I mean, parallels with me, but yeah, it's just funny how fucking stupid this guy is. He's so dumb. He's so fucking dumb. I wish I could say more about the things he's done, but I don't want to give it away because it's obviously I don't want to dox or whatever, but it's just fucking he's so fucking stupid. So fucking stupid, honestly. Some people do not. Yeah, they don't. Honestly, the thing is, it's not even a high manager position. Like it's like the lowest manager position at the moment. Like he's been there for like 7 years and his lowest man. Like I've got nothing against people not going up. Like I don't try to do anything. I don't give a shit like about going up or anything like that. But I mean, he's been there for 7 years in the same position. Mind you, Rebecca's been working that position for like 2 now, and she's already looking. She's been looking to move up now, and the only reason they won't move her up is because they don't want to take her away from the store because they know how shit it will be without her. So they keep her at the lower position because they're worried that he'll be left alone to fuck it up. And I'm like, well, just fire his dumbass then. But they won't. It's sad. So she should be moving up. She wants to move up. She wants to go up. She wants to be a store manager. She wants to be like she wants to run the actual store fully, which is a few levels up. But she could get there. I genuinely think she could get there within 10 years, less than 10 years, if she had the chance. So they know his shit. Yes, they know he is. He underperforms. He's late. Although he always gets away with it because they don't bother investigating enough. And like I said, the old manager used to let him get away with it and would just kind of cover for him. So yeah, he should. He's had a disciplinary now, and he's apparently like one more. If he gets one more, he could be kicked out. But yeah, because he's been there so long, they can't really get rid of him easy. In the different script, you're wondering if you can send the whole thing in the server once you're done. Yeah, you can send it in the show and tell channel if you want. Try to type with gloves is hell. Yeah, it is. What the fuck was that, Rodo? What the hell? Wait. What the fuck was that? Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, what the fuck is that running? What the fuck is that? Like a spider. What the hell is that? No, fuck you. Bro, there was a spider running on my floor towards my feet. A big one, big juicy one. What the fuck, man? I look down, I run over something, and I hear something, and I ran over like what's that? Fruit pastel, like how that has like the sound, I guess, of the fucking sugar. And I look down, and I think if I can see a spider running towards the fucking fruit pastel. I guess it wanted it. Well, it's not going to have it now. It's dead. But the fuck, man? It's fucked up. I don't like how that shit happens sometimes. Like how something will happen and then something else happens at the same time. It's like, why? Why does this shit happen to me? Like, it's like, this ain't a movie, bro. This ain't a TV show. You haven't got to have a spider appear at the same time as running over a fucking fruit pastel. Because that's in the carpet now. And clean that up later. Oh, fuck's sake. I'll do it tomorrow. But now I've got to clean up the dead spider too. Oh, fuck's sake. James Franco sent the spiders. But yeah, I'll let you know, Dean, anyway. I'll let you know what's going to happen. I'm hoping she'll move on from there and get a better thing going for her. But yeah, because I'm telling you, this Don needs it, bro. I'm telling you. Someone in that store needs to be slapped. Now, some people tend to paint relationships the way they end up turning out. Like, if it ends badly, thus the whole relationship's bad. It's kind of inspired by that. And I want to write something where it truly makes the whole... I mean, that's a cool idea, to be honest with you. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Yeah, why not? Why not? Give it, you know, you can always give it a post. You never know who might read it or check it. Although I keep forgetting. I always forget to look in the show and tell. Reason I keep saying I will, and then I just forget, and then I end up checking it like once every few months, and I'm like, oh, there's all these fucking posts that I've not seen. Oh, I love it. Remember that? Oh yeah, I remember that one, Dean. Now, fuck, I'm telling you, man, some of the spiders are huge these days. Fucking hate spiders. I don't want to kill them, but I don't like them. When they're running towards me, I have to react. If a spider's running away from me, or if it's in its own domain, I don't care. But if it's in my room and it's running towards me, it's going to die. I'm sorry, but it's going to die. If it's charging me, it is going to die. I'm fine with it existing anywhere else, but not when it's on the floor running at me. If it wants to live on the window ledge, I don't care. I used to have loads of false widows living on my window ledge before I dispose of them. I let them live there for like 2 years. Don't be fucking charging me on my floor. Fight or flight, exactly. Yeah, I remember that. I love that Joe got bitten by the fucking spider and it lived on his fucking window. It lived in a hole on his window before he eventually... I think he filled it up, didn't he? He didn't get like silicone or something and he filled the hole. Imagine this fucking spider don just living in his fucking window and like taking offense that he opened his own window. Like he's the guest. Joe's the one who owns the place, not him. Why is Joe getting bitten by him? He's the guest, bro, and nah, that was so funny. Nah, I love Joe, bro. I love the fucking stuff that happens to him. It's always the funniest shit. Other than the injuries, of course. I don't think that's funny, but the rest of it's funny. Joe might be Spider-Man, to be fair. He's apparently been gaining lots of muscle. He's been at the gym, so maybe he is Spider-Man. Maybe it wasn't the gym that got him strong. It was the Spider-Man. The spider powers. There's a father figure in his deathbed. He's kept a secret for most of his life. Been nothing but a good father to his son, who's the main character. So the son's the main character. And that's because he's done that to atone for what he did, and he winds up confessing his crime, and the script is made about his emotional fallout afterwards. That's cool. I think that's an interesting thing to focus on, you know? Sounds interesting anyway. Yeah, no worries, Dean. Actually, I'm gonna go to bed too, thinking about it. You know, I'm gonna end up staying here until fucking 6, and I'm gonna get no sleep. So I'm gonna end it here before I yap on again. So apologies for the abrupt ending, but I hope you have a lovely night. I hope you, Quartz, I hope you have a lovely day. Everyone else, I hope you enjoy your days when you get up. I'll be back tomorrow night, Friday night. I'll probably play Fortnite because I'm done with GTA at least for a bit. So I'll probably do Fortnite. And if I don't see you, I'll speak to you whenever I speak to you. So take care, Bob. Let's have a good one. Yeah, bye.